Hello, hello, hello. Well, I've got two chats, so I need to make them, you know, they need to get along better, and I don't know where to put them. I don't usually have both chats on screen, and because usually one of them doesn't work. What up, Lefty? What up, Schmegley? What up, Allie? What up, Manuel? What up, Donald Duck? What up, Soul Life? What up, Joey? What up, CJ? What up, Christina? What up, Germ? Sheer chaos. Yeah. Has Twitch said something about the ban yet? No. I can't log into my account to appeal yet, but I'm just really not confident given what I was banned for and the wording of the ban. It does not look good. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, there's, there is a possibility that it could be reversed, but it's very, very unlikely. Oh, I got another Allie. Allie over on Kick. What's good? On stream? You mean like what shows up on the screen? I have to rework like everything that I had access to because everything is linked to the Twitch account. So like, please be patient. Yeah, no, Jank really is a great spearhead of the left, and really making radical waves with fascists. I can't even. It's so fucked up. These almost monopoly companies have the livelihood of creators in their hands like this. It sucks. Yeah. Yeah. Maximum left. Thanks, Germ. To pay my car payment and hope I can not pay a late fee. I hope so too. Felipe! Does laying face down on the floor count as floor time? What's floor time? But like a work thing? Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, Christina. We're gonna get into the news. I've got a lot of content to watch with y'all. But I started a little earlier than I was kind of mentally ready for, because Letterhack was like, okay, that's all I got today. And I'm like, oh shit, guys, I can be live. Come over to my channel. Come over. Come on over. Come on over, baby. Floor thing is a fad when you sit or lay on the floor to do things. Like, yeah, I was thinking like working out is like floor work. I was confused. I'm getting old. Floor is the biggest desk if you think about it. I like that. Okay, Christina. Yeah, I know, Manuel. Like, we're very lucky that I have a stream. I'm sorry that you don't like the layout. Yep. Gotta love it. No, it's just got a skull on it. And a big ass rip in the fucking sleeve because it was cheap and I wore it a couple times and now it's ripped. Yay. I love my life. Yeah, it's like it just makes it extra grungy, right? It's fine. It was over an emote, yeah. I had an emote of Luigi Mangione and they said it was promoting terrorism. So I mean, of all, yeah, like, you know, like, it's kind of a badass, like, marker, you know, I didn't get banned just for, like, copyright shit, I got banned for something actually cool. But it's, you know, it's my only source of income. So that street cred doesn't, yeah, exactly. Street cred doesn't pay the bills. Well, no, it was my emote. I mean, I didn't, like, make it, but I uploaded it to my channel. Yeah, I don't think it was an Ethan thing. He got, a group of creators banned for a month. It was somebody within a different community reported the emote after a raid. Yeah, Joey, you can blame Ethan, that's fine. I mean, to be fair, like, he kind of snowballed it because, like, the whole, like, Zionism is a slur, political sensitive issues category, like, Twitch wouldn't be cracking down like this if they hadn't gotten the ADL involved. Yeah, and fuck TYT too while we're at it, yeah. Just throw it out there. Hey, Eins, good morning. CJ, thank you for gifting a sub to Allie. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we'll start off with headlines. We've got some stuff on Gaza. And we got lots of stuff. It's gonna be a great playlist. Take another vape for you. Oh, smoky smoke. What up, Lennon Smash? Okay. We're back. Everyone go follow Lennon over at kick.com/LennonSmash. Alright, let's do our shit.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh.
I'm Amy Goodman.
will be back next year. That is on Thursday.
Amy Goodman will be back next year. That's cute.
democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Amy Goodman will be back next year. That is on Thursday. The United Nations warns Israeli attacks on hospitals.
Democracy Now's got jokes. Did we move yet? No. Our plans fell through and we are looking for a place to move. We are in the struggle of finding somewhere. All right.
I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Amy Goodman will be back next year. That is on Thursday. The United Nations warns Israeli attacks on hospitals have left Gaza's medical system on the brink of total collapse, with a catastrophic effect on Palestinians' access to health care. The new report by the UN Human Rights Office documents 136 Israeli attacks on 39 medical facilities. It was released just days after Israeli forces raided the Kamal Adwan hospital in northern Gaza last Friday, destroying much of the facility and arresting staff and patients at gunpoint. There are growing calls internationally for Israel to release the hospital's director, Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, after he was abducted by Israeli forces and reportedly taken to a military detention camp with his leg badly injured. Amnesty International said on social media, quote, "Hospitals and health workers are not targets. The international community, especially Israel's allies, must act to bring an end to Israel's genocide against Palestinians in Gaza." This comes as at least 7 Palestinians, including 6 babies living in displaced camps in Gaza, have died from the cold, and relentless winter rainstorms have flooded thousands of tents of forcibly displaced people. Sabrine Abu Shanab is a displaced mother of 3, struggling to keep her family warm and fed in a tattered tent encampment in Deir al-Balah.
It rained, and although it was mild and not heavy rain, look what happened to us. We were flooded. The wooden poles of the tent broke, we barely fixed them. The water seeped inside and into the mattresses and my children's clothes. They were sleeping and soaked wet to their underwear. I swear, everything is soaked, the blankets, the pillows, everything.
Israel's military says it intercepted a missile fired toward Tel Aviv by Yemen's Houthis late on Monday. The missile triggered air raid sirens and halted takeoffs and landings at Ben Gurion Airport for about an hour. It was the 5th such attack by Houthis over the past week, coming just days after Israel bombed the Yemeni port city of Hodeidah and the capital Sana'a, killing at least 6 people and injuring dozens. Among those who narrowly survived the attack on Sana'a was Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, head of the World Health Organization, who was just meters away from a blast from an Israeli bomb dropped on the airport. On Monday, Dr. Tedros called on both the Houthis and the Israelis to stop their attacks.
The attack inflicted needless death, injury, panic, chaos, and damage, and was another reminder of the growing threat faced by civilians, humanitarians, and health workers in war zones around the world. These must stop.
On Monday, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations delivered what he called a final warning to Yemen's Houthis, saying they could soon, quote, share the same miserable fate as Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Bashar al-Assad in Syria. France's defense ministry says its warplanes bombed Islamic State positions in central Syria on Sunday. The French attacks follow several U.S. strikes on IS positions following the ouster of longtime dictator Bashar al-Assad in early December. In related news, Syria's new foreign minister has held his first diplomatic meetings. Assad Hassan al-Shibani was named Syria's top diplomat on December 21st by the interim government. On Monday, he welcomed Kuwait's foreign minister for talks about ending international sanctions and pledging closer ties to countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council. Al-Shibani also met with Ukraine's foreign minister to discuss strengthening ties after decades of Russian support for Bashar al-Assad's rule.
There will be strategic contributions and partnerships between us and Ukraine on political, economic, and social levels. We also have scientific collaborations that we will restart with Ukraine. We once again welcome the Ukrainian foreign minister.
The Syrian and Ukrainian diplomats also discussed the fate of a Russian naval base and air base in Syria, Russia's only two military bases outside of the former Soviet Union. Russia and Ukraine have completed a prisoner swap, repatriating more than 300 prisoners of war in a deal brokered by the United Arab Emirates ahead of the start of the new year. On the Ukrainian side, the swap included some prisoners who'd been held for over 2 years, including soldiers who defended Snake Island in the Black Sea and others who held out for months defending the southern city of Mariupol from Russia's invasion.
My son is 5 years old now. The last time I saw him, he was 2 years old. That's why my son probably didn't recognize me. I used to have a beard and hair. He was 2 years old. I lost 44 pounds.
Ukrainian officials say Moscow has released nearly 4,000 soldiers and civilians in deals with Kyiv since Russia began its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022. Meanwhile, President Biden on Monday announced another $2.5 billion in U.S. military aid to Ukraine. The package includes air defense missiles, munitions for rocket and artillery systems, anti-tank weapons, and more. Separately, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen announced $3.4 billion in economic assistance to Ukraine. Since Russia's invasion nearly 3 years ago, Congress has approved $175 billion in total assistance to Ukraine. Biden is rushing aid before President-elect Trump takes office in 3 weeks. On the campaign trail, Trump expressed skepticism about sending more aid and repeatedly pledged to end the war in his first 24 hours in office. In Kenya, police in Nairobi on Monday fired tear gas at protesters demanding the release of dozens of government critics who've been abducted by armed groups in recent months. Protesters blame Kenya's police and intelligence service for the disappearances. Human rights groups have condemned the extrajudicial arrests carried out as Kenyan President William Ruto cracks down on nationwide anti-government protests. Ruto previously called the disappearances, quote, fake news. Over 50 anti-abduction protesters were arrested Monday, including opposition lawmaker Okiya Omtata. The Pentagon has repatriated one of the first Guantanamo Bay prisoners to Tunisia after more than 2 decades of incarceration without trial. Rida bin Saleh al-Yazidi had been held at the notorious U.S. military prison in Cuba since it opened in 2002. He was abducted by Pakistani soldiers near the Afghan border in 2001 and accused of being an al-Qaeda fighter, but was never charged with a crime. Al-Yazidi was cleared for release more than a decade ago. 26 prisoners remain at Guantanamo Bay 16 years after Barack Obama pledged to close the prison in his first year as president. A federal appeals court has rejected President-elect Trump's attempt to overturn a 2023 jury verdict that found him liable for sexually abusing writer E. Jean Carroll and then defaming her as Trump repeatedly denied the accusations. At the time, a jury awarded Carroll $5 million in compensatory and punitive damages. Carroll accused Trump of raping her in the dressing room of a Bergdorf Goodman department store in Manhattan in the mid-1990s. Trump has continued his attacks on Carol, recently reposting a photo of Carol on his Truth social media platform with the caption, quote, "Should a woman go to jail for falsely accusing a man of rape?" Afghanistan's Taliban leaders have announced the closure of all national and international NGOs that currently employ women. The latest crackdown comes 2 years after Taliban officials issued a rule that banned Afghan women from working at NGOs, including humanitarian relief agencies, under the threat of losing their license. This also comes as the Taliban has prohibited the construction of new residential buildings with windows that overlook areas where women might be sitting or standing. Taliban officials also said existing windows with such views should be blocked. A Taliban government spokesperson said in a statement, quote, "Seeing women working in kitchens, in courtyards, or collecting water from wells can lead to obscene acts." And press freedom groups are demanding that Iran release Italian journalist Cecilia Sala, who was arrested in Tehran on December 19th and has since been held in solitary confinement inside Tehran's Evin prison. Sala, who works for the newspaper Il Foglio and an Italian podcast company, had entered Iran on a regular journalist visa. Just days before her arrest, she filed this report from Tehran.
Sono tornata in Iran, il posto dove più volevo tornare.
I have returned to Iran, the place I most wanted to come back to. Since the last time I was here, many things have changed. One is that hundreds of thousands of women no longer wear the veil, or at least not in the way the law dictates. And they are not afraid of foreigner like me taking their picture, of the Chinese-made smart cameras scattered throughout the city, scanning their faces or sending alerts to the police.
Iranian authorities have, for the first time, confirmed the arrest of Cecilia Sala amid signs they may be angling for a prisoner swap. A day before Sala's arrest, police in Italy detained a 38-year-old Iranian man accused of working with Iran's Revolutionary Guards for possible extradition to the United States. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh.
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
All of Western civilization owns this genocide. It's wrong to blame the Gaza genocide on Jews. It isn't wrong because anti-Semitism is a major danger in our society. It's not. Nor because there's a risk that people will start loading Jews onto trains again. There isn't. Nor because Jewish Israelis and their supporters are blameless. They obviously are not. It's wrong to blame this whole thing on Jews because it lets the rest of us off the hook. This is our genocide. This is our crime. To blame it all on the Jews is to say that our society is perfectly fine and healthy, and that none of this would be happening if not for the Machiavellian manipulations of a small Abrahamic religion. It's to deny the reality that the Middle East is on fire right now because of everything this perverse civilization is and always has been. It is not a coincidence that the tendency to blame all society's ills on the Jews is much more prevalent on the far right than anywhere else. Rightists are ideologically prohibited from seeing Western civilization as a uniquely pernicious blight on this world, and from seeing capitalism and imperialism as the driving force behind the injustices and abuses it inflicts. If you have an ideological need to view all those things as fine and good, then you need to come up with some other explanation for why everything is shitty and evil. So they buy into this infantile narrative that Western civilization would be just peachy if it weren't for those darn Jews. But Western civilization is not peachy. It is a profoundly sick dystopia, built by genocide and slavery and fueled by human blood. This would be true with or without Israel, and with or without Judaism. The genocide in Gaza is happening because the Western Empire wants it to happen. Biden could have ended this with a phone call at any time. Our leaders are not being reluctantly pushed into this. They are slaughtering innocent human beings as casually as they slaughtered them in past Western military interventions, which had nothing to do with Israel, and for the same reasons. The Western Empire is constantly working to bludgeon the world into obedience and submission, aggressively targeting any population which insists on its own sovereignty. We have seen it in Latin America, we've seen it throughout Europe and Asia, we've seen it in Africa, and we've seen it in the Middle East in the same way. Israel is a member state of the Western Empire and plays a pivotal role in helping to beat down disobedient populations like Iran, Ansar Allah, Hezbollah, and Hamas, who don't submit to the will of the empire. I used to list Syria among those who stand against the empire, but the West and Israel have succeeded in smashing it down and absorbing it into the imperial blob. The empire uses Zionism as one of many tools for enacting its will in the Middle East, but if it wasn't Zionism, it would be something else. The violence would play out in different ways under different narratives, but there would still be a continuous violent bludgeoning of disobedient populations in this crucial strategic region, which is rich in resources and critical trade routes. This is just what we are as a civilization, a murderous, thieving, tyrannical empire, constantly bullying and abusing the Earth's population into obedience and submission. Some people try to make Jews into the problem because they don't want to face reality. And the reality is that the problem is us. Look at Gaza. Really look at it. Watch the videos. Listen to the screams. Read the harrowing stories. This is who we are. This is what we have become. Not because of the Jews, because of us. The sooner we own this, the sooner we can move toward healing all the entirely homegrown illnesses within us which gave rise to it. And the sooner we can start becoming something better.
Welcome to the program. Footage filmed by the Israeli military shows moments before the director of Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza was arrested on Friday. Hussam Abu Safia's whereabouts are unknown. This video, released on Israeli media, shows Abu Safia's interaction with Israeli forces and his efforts to evacuate patients and staff from the facility. The Israeli military bombed and stormed Kamal Adwan Hospital on Friday, leaving it completely out of function. Hundreds of people were detained during the raid and then later released. Many of them described abuse suffered at the hands of Israeli forces. Well, the family of Hussam Abu Safia, the head of Kamal Adwan Hospital, have released a statement on his detention. It says, "We do not know the fate of our father. We appeal to you to take action and to raise awareness and exert media pressure and produce reports to pressure the occupation for his immediate release. Our father is now suffering from the extreme cold. You have all heard from eyewitnesses who were recently released about how my father was forced to strip off his clothes, including his medical coat, and was used as a human shield." Let's cross now to Tariq Abu Azoum. He joins us now from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Tariq, have there been any more updates on the director of the Kamal Adwan Hospital and hospitals in general?
Well, tragically, Malene, the situation and the atmosphere remains very precarious in the north of the Strip, with no further information about the fate of the hospital's director, Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, who was obviously detained while he was doing his humanitarian work at Kamal Adwan Hospital. This hospital is seen as the backbone of life, saving medical services in the north of the Strip, as this hospital serves at least more than 2/3 of northern Gaza's population. Now, we show how the Israeli military rounded about Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, forced him to be used as a human shield. He was completely disarmed and he was heading to the Israeli military occupation forces, as they have asked him to come to their side and to their direction. This doctor has been, since the onset of this genocide on the Strip, put his life on the line in order to guarantee the continuation of essential medical care for very critically wounded people and patients who are are desperately looking for the minimal level of healthcare. But the Israeli erosion, the systematic erosion of hospitals across the Strip raises significant concerns about the future of medical services in the Gaza Strip. Now, with the erosion of Kamal Adwan Hospital, the already northern part of Gaza has left in shambles in terms of medical services, and now there is the detention of Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya has triggered wide-scale international condemnation regarding his fate, stressing the fact that hospitals must be protected as the Israeli military repeatedly claims that these places have been used by Hamas as strongholds and command centers, which had been quite denied by the by Hamas movement on the ground. So what we see on the ground is a systematic escalation, eradicating medical services from the north of the Strip, which could be a sign of future intention to empty out northern Gaza from hospitals. And we need to remind our viewers that since the eruption of this war on the Strip, the Israeli military had put out of service more than 30 medical centers across Gaza, which could be a very unprecedented escalation on hospitals that could be witnessed in this century.
And Tarek, talk us through the weather conditions there. How cold is it? How are people coping with the conditions?
Well, you know, Malene, the destruction of the vast majority of Gaza's residential units and homes have forced Palestinians to live in areas that they never expected to live or to be in one day. Right now, they are living in makeshift tents, flimsy one, as we have seen during the past year, and at the same time, they are living in destroyed buildings that have no protection against wind or even cold weather and freezing temperature. The ongoing displacement and now weather conditions exacerbate the already dire humanitarian and even medical situation for those displaced families. Many displaced families have really suffered from a lack of winter clothing, blankets, or even heating supplies, leaving them quite vulnerable to respiratory illnesses, especially among children and elderly people. And we have seen in the past few weeks how many Palestinian newly born babies passed away due to very cold temperatures as winter season sets in across the region. And that really also not having only medical impact on displaced families, but it has also further humanitarian and even psychological toll on children who are already traumatized by the ongoing war. And now, while we see them quietly moving barefoot and trembling of really cold, that could be a clear reminder and underscores the urgency of an immediate ceasefire and even the removal of all restrictions being imposed by the Israeli military on aid supplies delivery to the Strip in order at least to provide the minimum level of help for such families who are quite struggling for surviving across this very unprecedented deterioration in humanitarian conditions across the Strip, Malene.
Okay, thank you for that update. Tarek Abu Azoum there for us in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from
Footage filmed by the Israeli military has emerged, showing the moments before the director of Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza was detained on Friday. Now, this video released on Israeli media shows his interaction with Israeli forces as they conducted a violent raid on the medical facility. Hussam Abu Safiya's whereabouts are now unknown. The footage also captures his efforts to help move hundreds of patients and medical staff to safety. The Israeli military ordered everyone inside to flee with only a 15-minute warning.
فيش حدا من ناحيتك، فيش حدا جوا ولا واحد لفيت كل المستشفى بسيطة.
Well, the army bombed and stormed Kamal Adwan Hospital on Friday, leaving it completely out of service. Hundreds of people were detained during the raid and later released. Many of them described the abuse suffered at the hands of Israeli forces. Sami Al-Aryan, he directs the Centre for Islam and Global Affairs at Istanbul Zaim University, and he joins us now from Istanbul. First of all, let's go back to these pictures that we've just been showing of Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya negotiating with the Israelis as he comes out of the Kamal Adwan Hospital, shaking a soldier's hand in the tank. Why was he then arrested?
Well, certainly Israel has broken every rule and convention in the book regarding war zones. Israel is not interested in any kind of negotiations. What Israel is interested in is to bring the Palestinians to their heels, is to empty northern Gaza, and they've been doing that systematically. And the final straw is to burn, basically, the hospital, arrest its medical staff, eliminate and kill and burn some of them, and now arresting the director of that medical facility. So what Israel has been doing throughout the situation in Gaza is to eliminate the Palestinians from certain areas, is to wreak havoc on them. We have seen how Palestinians have been killed indiscriminately through various ways, destroying them, bombing them, killing them, sniping them, even starving them. And now some, particularly the infants, die of the freezing cold. This has been a systematic policy for over a year now, for 15 months. And it's really tragic that the whole world is watching this with total impotence. They haven't been doing anything to relieve the situation of the Palestinians.
I mean, Israel says that it's targeting hospitals because it says that Hamas is using them as bases. What evidence have they provided?
I mean, this is really an old lie that has exhausted itself. Let's remember that Israel has invaded northern Gaza and said it's been under control now 10 times. How many Hamas members are left in northern Gaza to come back and claim this? What Israel has been doing has been documented in many, many forums, and the list of which have been released recently by Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, all human rights organizations, including, of course, the World Court, in which a genocide, a war of extermination, has been waged on the Palestinians, and they're doing it in a way that they would like to get hold of the land.
Yeah, but Diggy, this goes way beyond Biden. The United States and Israel have had a symbiotic relationship since Israel's inception. This has nothing to do with Biden's personal Zionism.
And empty the people, and then end or destroy the infrastructure. And the hospitals are, of course, the most important infrastructure in any society, and that's what they've been doing. And what do they do for that? They claim all these lies, all these justifications in order to do that. There hasn't been a single piece of evidence to show that Kamal Udwan Hospital or any other hospital has been used by any resistance movement.
We've been seeing ceasefire efforts limping on over the past few weeks. What chances that we're going to see some serious progress before the end of Joe Biden's term on January 20th?
I mean, it seems like Netanyahu, in his attempt to claim, quote unquote, total victory, he's trying to bring the resistance to its knees, to eliminate the resistance if he can, but he hasn't been able to. I mean, we've seen how the resistance, even a few days ago, they've been raining rockets to various, deep down into Israel, various Israeli towns, particularly in Jerusalem and Beersheba and other places. So he hasn't been able to achieve this total victory. And he knows that he is in trouble because, legally speaking, he is facing all these corruption charges. So he's trying to prolong this war as much as possible, but also trying to possibly please Trump. So he's waiting probably closer to Trump's inauguration to reach some kind of a deal, even though many people inside the country itself, inside Israel, doubt that he is seeking a total end of the war. Yet people are hoping that there would be some kind of a ceasefire in order to get some of the hostages back. Remember, he always said that he wanted to bring the hostages, keeping them the military pressure and without paying any prices, but he's failed so far to bring about any of these hostages through military means.
OK, Sami El-Arian, many thanks indeed. We'll be speaking to you again a little later this programme.
Make sure.
Now, to discuss the healthcare crisis in Gaza, I'm joined by the spokesperson for the World Health Organization, Dr. Margaret Harris, and she's speaking to us from Geneva in Switzerland. Doctor, it's really good to speak to you on this news hour. The last time you spoke to TRT World was back in October, and you said, I'm quoting here, hospitals must never be a target. Hospitals are sanctuary places where people go to get care. They do not go there to get attacked. But what we've seen over the last week or so in northern Gaza is totally the opposite of this. And your group has been exceptionally outspoken about the continued attacks on healthcare facilities in Gaza.
Indeed. And in that time, international humanitarian law has not changed, not one jot. It remains very, very clear that hospitals, health workers, patients are off limits. They deserve protection because what they provide is something critical for the functioning of society, for societies everywhere. And even if there's a conflict going on, and one side suspects, the other side suspects that there's military use, which also under international humanitarian law is forbidden. You cannot use hospitals for military use. But even if one side suspects the other is doing that, the bar is still very high. They must ensure that every patient, every health worker and the hospital itself is protected. They can't just go in and destroy it the way we are seeing this actually happening.
Fair then to say that it does seem that international law is being broken on a daily basis in Gaza. But for the people there, especially those now in the north in need of medical attention, what does this mean for them? Because if Kamal Adwan is shuttered, there is very limited healthcare in that region.
I would say there's yes, it's the end. It's the decimation, the destruction of healthcare, and we really have seen a systematic dismantling of healthcare in the north particularly, but now we're seeing further attacks in central Gaza. But indeed, there is very little option for anyone needing healthcare in northern Gaza at the moment. And we sent a mission up to the Indonesian hospital, which is also not functioning. It's just a building, just a shell. And we went up there to look at what was needed and found that everything is needed. There is no medical supplies, there's nothing. We brought up food, we brought up supplies, and we tried to bring 10 patients back. 4 of those patients were detained at the IDF checkpoint and taken away. One of them had spinal injuries.
How then do medical workers, and I mean this is across the board, from paramedics to doctors to nurses, how do they do their job? Because even before this war started, Gaza had several problems with regards to medical facilities, and doctors were doing an incredible job taking care of people there. But this, of course, has compounded those issues, especially now that aid is not getting into so many parts of the region. How are they actually coping?
You're absolutely right, Teresa. I am in awe of the medical staff and the nursing staff and the paramedical staff in Gaza, because despite what they're going through, and I remember hearing from a doctor a few months ago who said she had to pack up everything she had in her clinic and move whenever an evacuation order came in, and she'd had to do it several times and then just try to find somewhere to set up a clinic, knowing that there were hundreds of people who needed her help. And this is happening all over the Strip, despite the enormous risks to themselves and also the discomfort. You know, you're packing up your family, you're packing up everything else, but your first thought is for your patients. These healthcare workers are still continuing to do what they can, but it becomes harder and harder because they lack the supplies, they lack the place to do it, they lack the fuel, the electricity to make the machines work, and of course they lack the safety.
And of course they are working while also living in a war zone and going through it on a personal level, as you point out. Doctor, I'd like to look at these incredibly disturbing reports we've had of newborn babies dying over the last few days due to extreme cold. It is so difficult to imagine that happening in 2024 as we go into 2025, that this is an issue. And with those temperatures set to drop in the coming weeks, will we see more of this happening, not just among newborn babies, but also those who are extremely vulnerable, children and the elderly?
Unless we have a ceasefire, yes. Because indeed, cold is something that shuts your body down. But you're more likely to shut down if you've got no kind of reserves. You've got no fat, you've got no protein, to heat your body internally because you are starving. And if you've also got diarrhea or another infectious disease, and those diseases are rampant in all the among all the groups who are now displaced. I mean, 90% of the population is living under some kind of tent if they're lucky. Many of them don't even have a tent. And this time last year, a lot of the population was displaced, but they were in some kind of building. But the buildings have all been destroyed. So unless we get a ceasefire, it's a moral imperative. I don't care what the politics are. This is a stain on humanity. We are watching, parents are being forced to watch their children freeze to death. And we as the world should not allow this to happen.
Dr. Margaret Harris, I really appreciate you speaking to us from the World Health Organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
So we didn't want to lose sight of the latest in terms of the IDF onslaught in Gaza. They have now officially raided and evacuated and detained many patients from the last functioning hospital in northern Gaza. It's called Kamal Adwan. Reports are some 240 Palestinians, including dozens of medical staff, were detained from the hospital. And that's to include the director of the hospital, Dr. Hassam Abu Safia, who some have said are being held and tortured by the IDF. His family is deeply concerned. And this comes as, they've instituted this plan where they've effectively sealed off northern Gaza and are just, starving and obliterating everything in sight. And we have some images we can share with you here just to give you a sense of the level of devastation. This is that hospital director, Dr. Hassam Abu Safia, who, exited the hospital and is approaching these tanks. And I believe this is the last that he had been seen. You can see just the incredible amount of rubble and also incredible amount of courage. People are commenting on him walking through this landscape and approaching these tanks outside of the hospital. I can show you a little bit of the imagery of the patients being expelled from the hospital here. This is doctors and patients. You can see on the screen.
Yo, welcome back,
many of the men were ultimately forced to strip down. The weather is, quite chilly now. In fact, we've had reports of a number of infants who have died at this point because of hypothermia and the freezing temperatures, who are already born likely malnourished because their mothers are unable to get sufficient caloric intake while they're pregnant, and then they're unable to breastfeed, sufficiently, if at all, because of the lack of nutrition. And the situation is the most dire in northern Gaza. This is an image of that hospital on fire. And again, this was really the last functioning hospital in northern Gaza. I saw that these patients were moved to another hospital, but that hospital has been condemned because it also had been so severely damaged. So no telling where they're going to head to next. And then let me just show you this next one. These are a number of additional photos from the people who were removed, and many of them detained. You can see them exiting the hospital. Also, just look at this landscape. Like, there is just nothing left. You can see them here crowded together and forced. This is the men forced to strip down to their underwear and their hands bound. And here you see them kneeling and blindfolded on the ground. So, just really horrific images and horrific situation that is coming out there. And, it's easy to forget, Emily, that just over a year ago, when the attack plans were being made for Al-Shifa to raid Al-Shifa Hospital, there was a whole propaganda effort to convince the world that this was legitimate, that, they said there was this Hamas lair underground, and they created this whole 3D imagery around what they would find there. Of course, they didn't find any of that there. They claimed to find some tunnels, and I think there was some alleged cache of weapons that they found, or claimed to find, but nothing close to what they had purported to say existed underneath of this hospital complex. Now here we are more than a year later, and this barely gets a mention in the news. The entire healthcare system has basically been destroyed. In northern Gaza, the entire healthcare system has been destroyed. And I feel like there's kind of no going back, not just with regard to Israel, but with regard to the world when you watch all of this unfold and it's just allowed to happen. I think as these atrocities and this, the worldwide consensus has basically arrived at that this is a genocide. This is unfolded in front of all of our eyes. No power with the ability to intervene has decided to intervene. And so it kind of, opens up a new era of brutality, and might makes right. That, maybe you say that's always been the law, but there was at least some semblance of we have these international rules and countries are going to be somewhat constrained. I think all the shackles are off. I think that there's going to be sort of unchecked barbarism in the future based on what Israel has been able to get away with here with very little repercussions.
Oh, 100%.
I imagine you read the New York Times report. What was this? It was right before Christmas, wasn't it? Like the day before Christmas, about how this was based on conversations with internal IDF sources about how the standards were consciously lowered about civilian casualties, like basically the ratio of likely civilian casualties to combatant casualties, and how this was a conscious decision that was made internally, formally, by particular military leaders at different times, that changed what we have sort of been told over and over again were the very high standards in previous conflicts that the IDF, as their defenders say, held to. And so, Crystal, I think that does raise an interesting question of precedent about the sort of justification. Because I was curious when I was reading that article about how it would be defended by the people who have said over and over again that the other ratios were the defensible ratios and were the sort of best in the world.
Right.
And so, I mean, it's also, if Donald Trump comes in, and if right now what is happening with Netanyahu and Biden is that, we don't have a president with the mental faculties to even be negotiating something like a ceasefire, given that we are the backer of this conflict, the primary foreign backer of this conflict, that, as Israel has said, that this conflict couldn't be waged without American military support. So if that is the case, and we're in this interim period between Netanyahu maybe hoping to have a ceasefire deal with the backing of Donald Trump that looks differently than it would under Biden, it also sheds light on how those delays have enormous human costs, right? Mm-hmm. It's if you're delaying it for the sake of politics, what happens in the interim is real, and people die, and it ends people's lives. And that's something that I've been thinking about as I've seen these images come in as well.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. And, it has rendered human life so cheap, too. The number of people killed and just the amount of pain and suffering and destruction of every sort of civilian infrastructure. Like it has rendered human life really cheap. And that has implications that, go far beyond Gaza, and, spillover effects that will impact, the level of barbarism that people tolerate, that people think is normal, that nations think that they can get away with. And, at this point, previously there was some possibility that because most of the upset over is the Israeli genocide in Gaza was coming from the left, which is part of the Democratic coalition, that there could be enough political pressure brought to bear on the Biden-Harris administration to force some sort of change in policy. Like that was an ongoing question. You saw at times, he would sort of bend to pressure, he withhold this weapons shipment. Kamala Harris would make some comments that seemed to at least value Palestinian life, et cetera. So it was like an ongoing possibility. And, with Kamala losing and with Trump being totally committed to whatever Miriam Edelson and Israel wants him to do based on his first term in office and based on also how he's positioned himself this time around, that's over. Like, Trump doesn't care what lefties on TikTok have to say about any of this. Trump doesn't care what students camped down on a college campus have to say about any of this. So, I hate to be so pessimistic, but when you look at that landscape of just nothing but rubble, death, and destruction, it's like it's over. Like, Israel gets to do what Israel wants to do. No one is going to check them. There's stories coming out that the dogs in Gaza, which at one point were starving to death, are now fat and bloated from the number of corpses, human corpses, that they've been feasting on. Like, that's where we are. And we all watched as it happened. And our government actively was like, yes, we support this. We're going to ship bombs for it. Both parties effectively agreed, with very few dissenters. To your point about the New York Times article, Emily, so that reporting that the New York Times now finally has gotten around to doing, 972 Magazine, which is an Israeli publication, it was probably right about a year ago, broke down their report that revealed all of these things, from the AI targeting system to the fact that, they decided, we can target low-level Hamas operatives even when they're at home with their families, which is something that, most, like, no other Western developed society would be willing to do. Like, imagine if a foreign power was targeting our, like, low-level soldiers when they're just, like, at home with their kids, and think about how that would be received, or think about how it would be received if Hamas was attacking, not that they would be morally above this, but if they attacked IDF soldiers when they were at home just with their kids and their wife, how that would be viewed. And they made that official policy. We
always saw that on October 7th, right?
Yeah, and that's true. And in addition to increasing the number of acceptable civilian deaths, and even that number, they would push up to, like, well, actually, it's okay if 200 civilians are killed in this attack for someone that we particularly want. All of this reporting had been done already. It's just that the mainstream press didn't find it, like, convenient at the moment to admit it. And actually, and I can show you this, one of the authors, one of the journalists who was on this byline, had previously gotten asked about that 972 reporting. And Ryan shared this. So he says, Bergman is on the byline confirming that reporting on the IDF using AI to target entire families. Yet here he is when it mattered, dismissing the reporting as mere fantasy. The New York Times is an international embarrassment. So this is the journalist who's, is on the byline, now confirming this reporting that at one point he mocked and compared it to a Netflix show. Just take a listen to this.
Peter, sometimes people come to me and offer sources and stories. And I think about the stories that they are too bad to be true. That they sound more like a Netflix episode than something that happens in reality.
More like a Netflix episode than something that happens in reality. That's what he was saying about the 972 reporting that he has now confirmed. And Ryan's point that, it doesn't really matter anymore at this point. Like, it's over, it's done, is a really important one. So now the New York Times feels comfortable reporting the reality of the situation when there's no possibility of any pressure changing, and when so many lives and so much destruction has already been wrought.
It's true of every conflict, but we're going to keep learning more and more about what's transpired over the course of the last year in Gaza for years to come. And to your point, there are TikToks, like there's organic evidence of a lot of this that it doesn't quite get picked up. And so that's where there's kind of a disconnect between media and the public.
So I want to be fair here to the Israeli side. Of course, they claim this was some sort of a Hamas stronghold, and this is the, cache of quote unquote weapons that they claim they found in Kamal Adwan, the hospital that they just attacked. We've got 2 pistols, a monocular, a compass, a dagger, some money, and a fanny pack. So that's what they, even by their own statements, that's what they're using to justify this. So there you go.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh. We end today's show in Gaza, where relentless winter rainstorms have flooded thousands of tents of forcibly displaced Palestinians.
Due to the rain yesterday, water gathered over the worn-out tents and broke the wood. And water went down on those asleep, and we got up at 3 a.m. to try to gather what is left of the tent. This is our situation.
This comes as at least 6 infants and 1 adult living in displaced camps in Gaza have died from the cold as winter temperatures drop. Meanwhile, a United Nations report published today finds that Israeli strikes on and near hospitals in the Gaza Strip have, quote, pushed the healthcare system to the brink of total collapse, with catastrophic effect on Palestinians' access to health and medical care. The world is still calling on Israel to release Dr. Hussam Abu Safia.
It's the least I can do, Schmegli. And hey, if you want to support the stream, please consider doing so with a tip or a subscription on Kick. You can also share the stream to your friends. We will be here for a while. Unless we get banned again.
Director of Kamal Adwan Hospital in Gaza's Jabalia refugee camp, after he was detained in a raid on the hospital by Israeli forces and reportedly taken to a detention camp with his leg badly injured. For more, we're joined by 2 doctors who worked in Gaza this year. In Amman, Jordan, Dr. Mimi Said is an emergency medicine physician. She just left Gaza for the 2nd time this year. She volunteered for 4 weeks at Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis and Al-Aqsa Hospital in Deir al-Bala. Also with us is her colleague, Dr. Firoz Sidva, a trauma surgeon who volunteered at the European Hospital in Khan Yunis in the early spring. His piece last month for Foreign Policy is headlined, "The U.S. must support Gaza before winter. Seasonal rains and flooding portend further humanitarian catastrophe." We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Dr. Mimi Sayed, if you could begin, you were just there in Gaza. Describe where you were and the conditions that you've seen in the hospitals that remain where you worked.
Hi, thank you for having me. Yes, I actually just got back yesterday. So yeah, the conditions are terrible. They were terrible in August, but winter has kind of brought in a new level of destruction. The children that I saw just disproportionately affected by this, the malnourishment, the contamination of the water, everything is just tenfold now because of the dropping temperatures. There's the same type of airstrikes and the missiles and the targeting of children that I witnessed again. We saw the same type of shrapnel injuries, traumatic amputations, blunt trauma, and then open skull wounds of children. Just the same type of brutal aggression.
And while you were in Gaza, you gave an interview to Sky News, Dr. Said, and you said, while in Gaza, you said, quote, humanity is ending here, that's what you see, humanity ending here in Gaza. If you could elaborate further on, in particular, this issue of water, why it is that so much of the water supply is contaminated, and what this means for people in Gaza, in hospitals, and in particular the most vulnerable, children, infants, and the elderly.
Yeah, I mean, I had an opportunity this time to actually walk around in the camps and talk to the families and actually visit inside of the tents, just deep inside those encampments. And the living conditions are just deplorable. I mean, they are not compatible with human life. The contamination of the water is very high. I spoke to the infection control manager there that takes care of the water filtration system. And he was explaining to me that the filtration, the chlorine, the solvents that they need, the membranes that they need, none of that is available. The water is coming up, I mean, literally from a hose. Children fill like these dirty plastic containers, and it's supposed to be filtered again, but those filters that are in front of residential areas, they're generated, the power is generated by fuel, which of course is not available. So they end up drinking this water that's actually just meant for like washing and such. But that's leading to this chronic diarrhea that children have, especially small babies that are are affected so much by this. Every child there that I saw in the emergency department had diarrhea. And then it leads with the malnourishment on top of that, it's leading to organ failure, things like kidney failure we'd see in children. I mean, it's rates that you don't typically see in other countries. It's all because of this water, very high in salt content. You can't filter that out. It's seawater. And, you know, of course, the elderly are at the same risk of becoming ill, critically ill that way.
And Dr. Firoz Sidhwa, if you could talk about, you've made remarks to the effect that hundreds of thousands of toddlers and elderly could potentially die in Gaza in February or by February, and respond specifically to the raid on Kamal Adwan Hospital, the last remaining functional major hospital in northern Gaza, and what the effects of that will be, and the fact that, of course, its director, Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, has been detained, his leg badly injured.
Yeah, as far as we know, Dr. Abu Safia has been detained. Don't know where he is. Don't know what's being done to him. May never find out. Who knows? And yeah, Kamal Adwan's been destroyed. It's really it had barely been a functional hospital in any sense for months. It's been under siege for at least a month. The Israelis, you know, there was one point at which it really just got incredibly sadistic. The Israelis allowed the only delivery of supplies during this time, and then tank shelled the little warehouse that it was put into in the hospital. It's pretty sadistic at this point, and the U.S. goes along with it, so we can't really blame the Israelis for it. We're the ones allowing it to happen. But but in terms of the public health situation in Gaza, I think it's exactly like Dr. Syed just described. And it's what Dr. Parkinson and I wrote about in Foreign Policy, like you mentioned. You know, Gaza is a half-child population. The entire, 90% of the population is homeless, meaning their homes have been physically destroyed or they've just been displaced from them. But regardless, they live in temporary shelters. As you heard from or as the listeners heard from at the beginning of the program, when it rains, these shelters don't provide any protection from the rain and the flooding that happens every year in Gaza. And so now the temperature is quite chilly. Well, the adults can survive a 50-degree winter, but even adults, not if they're wet constantly. I mean, you're talking about being wet for 3 months straight. And furthermore, they're not just wet, they're living in a land that literally doesn't have a sewage system anymore. It's one of the most crowded places in the world, the Mawasi, where most of these people are, the 1.8 million people that are concentrated there, are living in a place that literally has no sewage system. 1.8 million people are living in a place that has 121 toilets. This is just outrageous. And then on top of that, the Israelis aren't even allowing soap to be brought into Gaza. So it's not hard to figure out what's going to happen when all of that is put together. It's very likely that tens or even hundreds of thousands of people are going to die of the combination of malnutrition, displacement, exposure to the elements, and hypothermia this winter. And at this point, there isn't actually anything that can be done about it.
And Dr. Sidhwa, if you could comment also, I mean, given the many reasons that people are dying prematurely in Gaza, hypothermia, hunger, etc., what do you think of the count that's always 45,000 people have been killed in Gaza since the war began in October 2023? What do you think the actual count might be, given all of these reasons?
It's very hard to make accurate estimates. You know, Alex DeWall just wrote a good blog post at the Tufts Peace Center that he runs. He's the leading historian of famine in the modern period. And he writes what he wrote, that it's extremely unlikely that fewer than 10,000 people have died, and he was hesitant to make any more from what are called indirect causes of war, and he was hesitant to make more predictions than that. But if you look at the integrated food security phase classification data, it's hard. You can't estimate that less than 60,000 people have died of starvation in Gaza, and that's the only data that's really available. There's nothing else. There actually was just a study published in a nutrition science journal. It just came across my desk yesterday, and I've requested it from our library, so I haven't been able to read it yet, so I don't know what it says. But the abstract was terrifying, saying that basically the the entire population has lost weight, which, Mimi and I having been there, we can definitely attest to that. But it's very likely that tens of thousands of people have starved to death in Gaza, many of them small children. But what's more important than the number is that we don't know. We're doing this to an entire population of child refugees, and we don't even know if we're starving tens of thousands of children to death. That's crazy. What kind of behavior is that?
Well, Dr. Mimi Sayed, let me get your response to that. In other words, what the U.S. has been doing in all this time. They could have easily, as many have pointed out, pushed and made a ceasefire happen. That has not occurred. And now we have Trump coming in 3 weeks. He said if the hostages are not released by Inauguration Day, January 20th, all hell is going to break out. What do you imagine might happen then?
Oh, I mean, it needs to stop is the number one point. But there is absolutely no dignity left. And that's what I mean when I say humanity has ended. Feroz is talking about malnourishment. Absolutely. Every single child has some sort of hypopigmentation. And, you and I both know as physicians, that's the number one sign of acute malnourishment. Children are displaying these signs all the time. And then when we talk about dignity, imagine, this population was not poor to begin with. The majority of people were well-to-do. They had professions like you and I do. They had education, 98% literacy rate there. Overnight, their lives were changed. You imagine living in a tent that's made out of scraps in cold weather with about 20 other people. On so many levels, that's a violation of a person's dignity and basic human needs. I spoke to so many people, so many women especially, that commented on, there's no menstrual pads.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Mimi Sayed. We're going to have to end it there. American emergency medicine physician who just left Gaza, and Dr. Feroz Sidva, trauma surgeon who volunteered in Gaza. I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Thank you so much for joining us.
So Life, thank you. Hey, what's up, Matt? I think you want Dono or socials. Maybe. I gotta reconfigure some of the Nightbot stuff, and as I was saying earlier, I can't alter the bot on Kick because it's linked to my Twitch account, and so I can't access it.
We know that from time to time there arise among human beings people who seem to exude love as naturally as the sun gives out heat.
Two lovers gazing out at the sunset, but between them still so much unsaid. An honest bond, but many secrets their tongues kept. They got oh so close, but never undressed. Under occupation, made impossible choices. Both traumatized from sounds of the horrible voices. Used to meet in discreet places, but it wasn't quite planned. Imagine they were two kites over occupied land in each other's presence. They were dancing on the clouds, but he was holding a secret that was harder to pronounce. They both would dream on the plane where the souls would meet, exchanging long love letters and broken poetry and chaos. They found solace in each other's arms, a safe place where neither one could suffer harm. At times he felt like he was holding a furnace as the secret he kept bubbled close to the surface. A feeling too deep for them to put into words. Freedom from the occupiers who would bully and curse, but the truth of the picture hadn't fully emerged. One day she came to see him, he was looking disturbed. He turned to her and said, "You never know the ways you're healing me." She said, He said, got the big C in me. They call it cancer, wasn't diagnosed recently. If we get through this challenge, I hope you'll say if I survive, this is cause of you. She looked into his eyes, said, you heal me too. If you were ever to die, it would kill me too. It would kill me too. He used to say, if I survive, this is cause of you. She looked into his eyes, said, you heal me too. If you were ever to die, it would kill me too. It would kill me too. Just two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, in the sky, in the sky. Just two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, in the sky, in the sky. As the two kites moved across a clear blue sky, they watched together silently. With tearful eyes, they saw oceans in each other and could hear the tides. As the days slowly approached that they feared inside, the summer came and the days grew longer. His health deteriorated, but their love grew stronger. They stayed at the same bench, always the same bench. The treatment came and went, they stayed at the same bench. And then he turned the corner, the treatment started working. She thought maybe he'd make it, but she can't be certain. Till doctors broke to him the good news that he was free. All he could think is it was her that he needs to see. He rushed to see her, doctor's note he was handling. Sweaty palms, he reached the spot she was standing in. Their eyes met, a drone struck next to her, a lorry. In a flash of a moment, it was everywhere, her body. He fell to his knees, couldn't believe what he sees. She was his salam, how could they take away his peace? Now he spots her everywhere, every time that he sleeps. His life was a puzzle, only she was the key. Nowadays, they see him and think he's homeless cause he lives at the bench, looking up to where his soul is. Sometimes he thinks he spots her out the side of his eye when he's looking up at those two kites. He used to say, if I survive, this is cause of you. She looked into his eyes, said, you heal me too. If you were ever to die, it would kill me too. It would kill me too. He used to say, if I survive, this is cause of you. She looked into his eyes, said, you heal me too. If you were ever to die, it would kill me too. It would kill me too. Just two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, in the sky, in the sky. Just two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, two kites in the sky, in the sky, in the sky.
Our collector sticker sets and signed books that we talk.
A brief summary of some of the latest developments this week in Gaza. Since the beginning of October, more than 80 days ago, we've been reporting here every week on the relentless targeting of medical workers, patients, and staff of the Kamal Adwan Hospital in Beit Lahia, as Israel accelerates its ethnic cleansing operations and complete obliteration of Palestinian life in North Gaza. And for more than 80 days, the hospital's director, a pediatrician named Dr. Hussam Abulfia, has pleaded with the world to stop Israel's genocidal attacks on his hospital, his staff, and his patients. This past week, Israeli tanks and armored quadcopter drones continued to lay siege to the hospital, which was the only partially functioning medical center left in the north. It now lays in ruins after the Israeli army stormed the building, forcibly ordered everyone inside to leave, interrogated and strip-searched staff, and set fire to the hospital. Here are the developments from the last week of attacks on Kamal Adwan Hospital. Israel deployed remote-controlled vehicles to place boxes of explosives around the...
Yeah, that one's a heartbreaker for sure.
Hospital, according to eyewitnesses. Drones were filmed dropping bombs on the hospital itself. On December 24th, Dr. Abu Safia stated that, quote, something new was developing in terms of Israel's attacks on the hospital. Here's a clip from Dr. Abu Safia's statements on December 24th when he spoke from inside a hospital ward. In this video, he says, quote, explosive robots began to approach little by little, and 2 robots detonated near Kamal Adwan Hospital. I believe they were around 50 meters from here. Unfortunately, these explosions, as 2 robots were detonated, resulted in massive damage to the hospital. This is the situation, he said, as a bomb dropped by a quadcopter exploded nearby. Quote, we get bombarded by these bombs all night long.
طبعا هذا هو الحال كما ترى الآن قصف من كواد كابتر شكله قريب جدا على بوابة المستشفى. هذا هو الحال طوال الليل نقصف بهذه القنابل.
On December 25th, Israeli attacks on Kamal Adwan killed 5 hospital workers, Dr. Ahmed Samour, a pediatrician, Isra Abu Zaida, a laboratory technician, 2 paramedics, Abdul Majid Abu Al-Aish and Maher Al-Ajrami, and Faris Al-Hudali, a maintenance worker. On Friday, Israeli soldiers ordered patients and medical staff to leave the hospital. Some patients were transferred to other medical facilities. Here's a video filmed from inside Kamal Adwan Hospital. A woman says to the camera, quote, all I can say is may God hold them accountable.
خالتة الياس بعد إذنك إيش بتقولي بعد ما طلعتوا؟ بس يلا عليهم بس.
Israeli forces also ordered the entire medical staff to strip off their clothes, march to a nearby area, and undergo interrogations before some of them were abducted and taken to unknown locations. An eyewitness stated that Israeli soldiers forced all the patients and displaced people to walk a long distance to a checkpoint, where they were subjected to hours of humiliation and invasive searches before being loaded onto trucks, still without clothes, and left to sit for hours. The eyewitness stated that everyone, injured, sick, displaced, or visitors, received the same degrading treatment with no regard for their conditions. Soldiers had also marked Palestinian captives with numbers on their necks and chests. Shuruk Saleh Hader al-Rantisi, a lab worker at the hospital, told reporters that Israeli forces ordered the female hospital staff members to remove their shirts and pull down their pants. They also ordered the women to remove their headscarves. Quote, when we all completely refused to do so, they said that those under 20 years of age should take them off. We all still insisted that we would not take off the hijab, al-Rantisi said. She added that they were grabbed by the neck while their IDs were checked, and then soldiers searched everyone. El-Rantisi added, quote, I was surprised to see that they, the Israeli forces, were burning the archives, adding that after that, the army called on Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, and he went outside. He came back and told his staff that the army wanted everyone out of the hospital. A physician in Gaza, Dr. Izzadeen, stated on social media that some of the medical staff, quote, were later transferred to the Indonesian hospital, a facility that had been cleared of displaced people a week ago. Hours later, a few of our colleagues were released from the Indonesian hospital, but were subjected to another round of searches before leaving. We were unable to confirm the names of those released, so we went to the hospital to wait for their arrival and ensure their safety. Thankfully, many of them have been released and we were able to speak with them. Unfortunately, some of the medical staff, including the hospital director, were taken to an unknown location and their fate remains uncertain. On Saturday, images emerged of Dr. Hussam Abu Safia being ordered to walk toward 2 tanks outside of the hospital to talk to the soldiers inside the tanks. He was subsequently abducted and reportedly physically assaulted by the Israelis. A nurse, Walid al-Budi, gave his eyewitness testimony on Dr. Abu Safia's abduction and abuse by Israeli soldiers. I'll let the video play and read the translation over it for accessibility. Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya was arrested from Al-Fakhura school after he had stayed with us and refused to leave, even though they told him to and that he was free to go. He told them that he wouldn't leave his medical staff. He took all of us and wanted to get us out at night, but they yelled at him and arrested him, a man of great humanity. We appeal to the entire world, all of the human rights organizations, to stand by Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya, the great man, the man who planted within us and within our hearts patience, so we can persevere in our steadfast north. I swear we wouldn't have left willingly, but by force. We cried blood on the doors of Kamal Adwan Hospital when we were forced out by the occupation army. As of this morning, Dr. Abu Safiya has been effectively disappeared by the Israeli army, and his exact whereabouts are still unknown. There were reports that he was seen being beaten with batons and electrical cables by Israeli soldiers. The Gaza government media office stated on Sunday that, quote, Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya, along with his colleagues in the health system, bore the burden of defending the right of patients and the wounded to receive treatment and medical care, and remained steadfast in the field of work despite his severe injury and the loss of his son Ibrahim, who witnessed the sacrifices of this steadfast family. The reports that Dr. Hussam Abu Safiya was subjected to serious violations and psychological and physical pressure after his arrest, including being forced to take off his clothes and medical coat and being used as a human shield, constitute a blatant violation of all human values and international conventions. And we call for immediate and serious action from all concerned parties, especially the international community and international and UN humanitarian, legal, and human rights organizations. Dr. Abu Safiya, as we've reported, had refused incessant orders by the Israeli army to abandon his hospital. In late October, Israel raided and besieged Kamal Adwan, killing Abu Safiya's 15-year-old son, Ibrahim, in a drone strike. Abu Safiya led the funeral prayers for Ibrahim before burying him in the hospital's
Hunger
courtyard.
Games, welcome in.
At the time, he accused the Israeli army of killing his son as a punishment for refusing to abandon the hospital and his staff and patients. A month later, Abu Safiya was injured in another drone strike, shredding his leg with shrapnel and leaving him seriously wounded. But he declared, quote, "This will not stop us. I was injured at my workplace, and that is an honor. My blood is no more precious than that of my colleagues or the people we serve. I will return to my patients as soon as I recover." Just last week, as our contributor Fida Al-Kedra reported, Abu Safiya insisted that transferring patients as called for through an Israeli loudspeaker would take days, not hours, if it was even possible. The Indonesian hospital in Beit Lahia, he said, would have to be prepared, and there was a lack of ambulances to transport patients. Quote, "Once again, as on so many occasions in recent weeks, he appealed to an unlistening world," Fida Al-Kedra writes. We'll continue to update the situation at Kamal Adwan Hospital and Dr. Abu Safiya and his staff and patients as best we can. The Palestinian Ministry of Health in Gaza stated on Friday that, quote, "It is worth noting that 3 public hospitals are covering medical services in the northern Gaza Strip, namely Beit Hanun Hospital, the Indonesian Hospital, and Kamal Adwan Hospital. Beit Hanun Hospital was completely destroyed, and the Indonesian hospital is completely out of service after the destruction of all infrastructure. The only hospital that was partially operational due to the lack of medical capabilities and supplies was Kamal Adwan Hospital. What is happening today is that the occupation has dealt a fatal blow to the remaining health system in northern Gaza, and this is completely consistent with the general's plan to end the presence of the population in the northern Gaza Strip," the health ministry stated. Israel attacked 3 other hospitals in northern Gaza this weekend, including Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital and Al-Wafa Hospital in Gaza City and Al-Auda Hospital in Jabalia. Israel continues to repeatedly attack the tents of displaced Palestinians in so-called humanitarian safe zones in Gaza. On December 22nd, Israel massacred at least 7 Palestinians in a bombing of Al-Mawasi, setting the tents ablaze. And this week, at least 5 newborn babies have died from hypothermia in displacement camps, including Al-Mawasi. The oldest child, Juma Batran, was only 1 month old. Al Jazeera's Hani Mahmoud reported that, quote, thousands of Palestinians displaced from their homes have been living inside nylon, plastic, and makeshift tents along the coast and in the central area of the Al-Mawasi evacuation zone, where it gets really cold at this time of year. The fear is that this is going to worsen as weather forecasts warn of a cold front hitting the Gaza Strip in the coming days. The Palestinian Ministry of Health in Gaza announced that a physician, Ahmed al-Zaharna, who worked at the European Gaza Hospital, died from hypothermia on December 27th. His body was found inside his tent in Al-Mawasi. Israel killed 5 journalists this week in Gaza. The Gaza government media office says that the number of reporters and media workers who have been killed since October 2023 now stands at 201, after Israel bombed the press van of the Al-Quds Al-Yom satellite channel at about 1 a.m. on December 26th, burning 5 reporters alive while they were working in Nuseirat refugee camp. Their names were Faisal Abu Al-Qusman, Ibrahim al-Sheikh Ali, Mohammed al-Ladah, Fadi Hassouna, and Ayman al-Jadi. Al-Jadi's wife was in labor at a nearby hospital with their first child when he was killed. The baby was born a few hours later and was named after his father. The Palestinian Center for Human Rights called the missile strike on the media van, quote, the worst crime against journalists in Israel's genocide in Gaza Strip. The group said, quote, Israel, by targeting journalists, aims to monopolize the narrative and orchestrate a media blackout to prevent the world from seeing the atrocities committed against the Palestinian people while denying international journalists access to Gaza to cover the genocide. All of this is part of a full-blown genocidal campaign and other international crimes attempting to entrench a second Nakba against 2.3 million Palestinians in the Gaza Strip for over a year. We've published many features on the electronic intifada in the last week, but we wanted to highlight excerpts of this one by Mustafa Taysir al-Buray, a journalist in Gaza. Mustafa profiles a 29-year-old medic, Abdul Aziz al-Bardini, and his harrowing story. Quote, stationed at a medical check-in point in al-Burej refugee camp, Abdulaziz received an emergency call about an Israeli airstrike targeting a civilian vehicle in Al-Maghazi, another camp in central Gaza. Without hesitation, he and his medical team rushed to the scene, navigating through rubble and chaos to respond to the cries for help. We arrived within 3 minutes, he recounted to the Electronic Intifada in November. The airstrike had hit a civilian car with 2 missiles. The wreckage and injuries were horrifying. Abdulaziz immediately began assessing the victims. He treated 3 injured children, one of whom was in critical condition, and a woman who appeared lifeless. The children were my priority, he explained. 2 of them had moderate injuries, but one, a 10-year-old boy, was in a dire state. He was bleeding internally and vomiting blood. My sole focus was to keep him alive. While Abdulaziz was working to stabilize the boy, bystanders carried the woman's body to him, saying she was already dead. He checked her for vital signs and confirmed her death. I covered her respectfully and placed her on the medic's seat in the ambulance, he said. There was no time to inspect her further. I had to focus on saving the living. The ambulance raced to the hospital where Abdulaziz carried the critically injured boy to the intensive care unit.
Welcome.
After ensuring the child received immediate attention, he returned to the ambulance to retrieve the woman's body. Still unaware of her identity, he asked the attending doctor to confirm her death. I told the doctor she's alone. Please register her as an unidentified victim, Abdulaziz recalled. The doctor confirmed she had died and Abdulaziz prepared to leave. However, a strange feeling compelled him to look at her again. I can't explain it, Abdulaziz said. Something inside me told me to take one more look. He uncovered her face and his world came crashing down. It was my mother, he whispered, tears welling up. Her face was different because of the shrapnel wounds. At first I didn't recognize her, but then I froze. It was her. Shock consumed him. I stood there, not believing what I was seeing. I kept telling myself, this must be someone else's mother. Someone will come and say it's their loved one. But the truth was staring at me. Abdulaziz's mother had been struck by shrapnel that pierced her eye and exited through her skull, causing fatal injuries. Only hours earlier, she had prepared him tea and a sandwich before his work shift. Her last words to him echoed in his mind, "Take care, my love. May God protect you." Those are excerpts from When a Medic Found His Mother's Body by Mustafa Taysir al-Burai on electronicintifada.net. And finally, as we always do, we wanted to share images of people expressing
Hi, MIDI doctors.
Defiance and resilience in the face of Israel's campaign of destruction. A celebration for a newborn baby in the Rifat al-Arir camp for displaced families in Deir Balah was captured by the Samir Project, a local mutual aid organization. They state, quote, Osbo'o, meaning week in Arabic, is what we call the celebration of a newborn baby in Palestine. Aysal is the first newborn in the Rifat al-Arir camp who was born in late November, and we celebrated her arrival a week after she was born. We also celebrated Yazan and Maya's birthday. They are twins in the camp. The first thing we do in the Osbo'o is bathe the baby and put them on a decorated ghorbar, or a tray. The mother then wears a traditional dress and has to do 7 turns carrying the baby and saying Bismillah in God's name. Meanwhile, another woman repeats phrases like, listen to your mom, listen to your dad, listen to your grandmother, etc. Typically, the kids chase the mother and newborn with long candles and sing songs to welcome the baby. Kids are given bags of sweets and plates of sumaya are given out to everyone. The baby and mother are given gold or cash by close friends and family. We tried in Rifat al-Arir camp to celebrate the arrival of little Aysal with the sound of bombing in the background. And all we can do is keep fighting for Aysal to grow in a free Palestine. And that's it for the news roundup. As always,
News roundup to Basan.
It's been a rainy day. People are literally droning. Literally. Has stopped a little bit, I think. It's gonna rain again. But people now are trying to at least get rid of the water that was already around the tents and in the tents. See this very traditional way, let me say. People are digging in the ground like this. Digging in the ground, then putting the water that is inside the tent and around into the hole, close the hole and dig another hole there and another hole here. As you see, this is how it looks. Tents are in the middle of water all over the place. Some people are just putting sands around the tents so the water cannot get inside, but just hear it from me, from someone who experienced this. It's useless. Water and heavy raining will just get inside the tent. يعطيك العافية. يعطيك العافية. العافية. شو هذا اخترق؟ مين عمل لك اياه هذا؟ شاطر. جدع بداية. طب بيعزل مطر ولا هيك على الفاضي؟ لا ببطل يجيب مية وعين. يعطيكم العافية. So, as you see, people do not have even waterproof jackets, not have blankets, do not have anything. It's raining. We cannot do anything for this. But you can do anything for this, which is to stop this genocide. I know that we don't have homes to go to, but at least we will have better conditions, better humanitarian conditions to live, to protect ourselves from winter, to deal with the cold. This is a very normal place right now, because unfortunately some other places are suffering more, especially the places at the shore, the people who are living at the shore, or the people who are living in other areas. This area is a little bit high, other areas are lower. So yeah.
Hey, Philip Blair, welcome in. Thank you.
It's been a rainy day.
Just so rough. How am I not following Basan on Twitter? Follow. Follows are free. Okay.
With winter setting in, Palestinians in Gaza have little protection from the cold. Israel's siege of the north has denied many access to aid or medical supplies. So what's behind Israel's focus on the north? Is it to add pressure on Hamas or to divide the Gaza Strip in two? This is Inside Story. Hello, welcome to the programme. I'm Adrienne Finnegan. Aid groups are warning that Israel is in the late stages of ethnic cleansing in northern Gaza. Only 12 aid trucks have managed to distribute food and water to desperate Palestinians there in nearly 3 months. The backbone of life-saving medical services in the north, Kamal Adwan Hospital, has been stormed and bombed by Israeli forces. And on Sunday, airstrikes targeted Al-Wafa and Al-Akhli hospitals in the northern Gaza city. So, is Israel's strategy in the north to starve or surrender? And is Gaza City next? We'll discuss all this with our guests shortly, but first, a report from Victoria Gatenby.
Northern Gaza has been under Israeli military siege for nearly 3 months. Relentless airstrikes on hospitals have destroyed its healthcare system. Israeli forces set fire to Kamal Adwan Hospital in Beit Lahir last week, forcing hundreds of patients to flee. Al-Ali and Al-Wafa hospitals, both in Gaza City, have been targeted in recent days.
I was selling tea and coffee, and suddenly, an Israeli missile landed on the tents behind me. Almost a dozen were killed, and many more injured. We pulled out a number of dead bodies from this side, and they're all ripped to pieces.
Israeli forces have split Gaza in two and control all travel between each side. The 4-kilometre deep and heavily fortified Netzarim corridor runs across the strip, stretching from the Israeli border to the Mediterranean Sea. More than 1 year since the war on Gaza began, Israel has not achieved its objective of destroying Hamas. And Palestinian rights groups warn Israel's so-called general's plan has been in motion for months. It reportedly consists of 2 stages. The first is to empty northern Gaza of its residents by laying a full siege. Anyone remaining will be targeted as a legitimate military target. The second phase is to transform the north into a closed military zone under full blockade. Israel will deny the entry of supplies including food, water and fuel. Washington has said it rejects the plan. Israel denies it is carrying it out. But Rowan Talbot from the charity Medical Aid Palestinians said the ethnic cleansing of northern Gaza was the proof of concept. The push on Gaza City is next. The genocide won't stop until it is forced to stop. UN medical teams were given rare access to North Gaza on Sunday. The same day, Israel issued forced evacuation threats for areas in Beit Hanun.
This is a pattern that we have been seeing over and over for the past 14 months. Areas become besieged for a while, with no access to humanitarians, with no access to healthcare worker, and no access to food or medical supplies. We have been trying for the past 3 months to come and reach the north, Beit Lahia, Beit Hanun, and Jabalia, and we couldn't.
Israel denies its leave or die threats are aimed at depopulating North Gaza so it can annex it as a military buffer zone. For tens of thousands of Palestinians trapped in North Gaza, nowhere is safe, not shelters, not so-called safe evacuation zones, not hospitals. Victoria Gatenby, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
Let's bring in our guests. From Deir al-Balah in central Gaza, we're joined by Amjad Shawa, director of the Palestinian NGOs Network. From Oslo, we're joined by Dr. Mads Gilbert, an emergency medicine doctor and senior consultant at the University Hospital of North Norway. And in Oxford, in the UK, is James Moran, a former EU ambassador to Egypt and Jordan. A warm welcome to you all, gentlemen. Amjad, let's start with you. What are conditions like for those remaining in northern Gaza now, with winter fully settling in?
Thank you. It's a good question. What still we have? To start from the north, most of the services, mainly health services, collapsed. Only we have approximately 5% still functioning through Al-Auda Hospital, which is under the Israeli siege. And we have high concerns about tens of thousands of people who are still on the north of Gaza Strip, mainly in Beit Hanun, in Beit Lahia, Jabalia, which under the attack for 90 days, there is collapse of everything, the social services, the water services, denial of the entry of the basic needs, and what we witnessed in Kamal Adwan and the Indonesian hospital, which was evacuated one week ago. Now the Israelis evacuated Kamal Adwan patients and many of the injured people to the collapsed system in Indonesian hospital with nothing, no electricity, no water, no food, no medical items inside the hospitals with 2 doctors, and we have high concerns about the lives of the patients and injured inside the hospital. If we move to Gaza City, which is mostly evacuated during the last few months, there was so many forcible evacuation orders, and we have now about 40 to 60% of the Gaza City is evacuated. And they are suffering from shortage of the basic needs, and they are suffering also from the flooded water after destruction of the infrastructure in the Gaza City, shortage of water, shortage of food, and shortage of shelter items. Moving to the south and middle area, which is now we have about 45,000 inhabitants in 1 kilometer square, which means that there is no empty space to have your tent over. We have 110,000 tents, which I cannot call them tents. It's plastic sheets or cloth sheets to cover these tents while we have this winter, and already we lost 7 lives, 6 of them infants, because of the freezing weather that we are witnessing. Thousands of the tents were flooded, and the families lost the last rescue place to stay. Regarding the hospitals, it's full of patients injured. Daily they are receiving tens of cases, most of them children. Regarding famine, although that we called so many times for the UN to call Gaza Strip as a famine zone due to the shortage of basic needs. Already we have from 20 to 40 trucks load of aid entering all the Gaza Strip, which cannot respond only to 5 to 7%. We are witnessing in our medical points so many severe malnutrition on the children, many diseases with shortage of the basic medicine and medical items in the hospitals and in the medical points. We cannot deal. It's over our capacity as a humanitarian aid organizations. What we want along the few months of such situation that we are in already, mainly after Rafah crossing closed and the Israelis controlling every aid is entering, and they are allowed only some trucks that, and now we are suffering from the closure of the bakeries, of the community kitchen, which is providing the families with the hot meals. So catastrophe is there, and the problem is the failure of the international community. North of Gaza Strip.
Amjad,
yes.
I appreciate that answer. That's a pretty comprehensive look at what the situation is right now. Mads, hospitals and medical facilities enjoy special protection under international humanitarian law. As a medic, what's your view on what Israel is doing there right now? How is Israel getting away with flouting its obligations under that law?
Well, they don't obey to any obligation. It's been an annulus horribilis 2024 that you would not believe could happen in full daylight with the support of the United States and with more or less backing from Western governments like the EU governments. It's been a massive all-out war on the healthcare system, on the healthcare workers, on the supply lines and the preconditions to run a healthcare. Look, the Israelis are killing the Palestinians in Gaza in 3 ways. Number one, they bomb them and traumatize, kill them by ripping off arms and legs and causing shrapnel wounds and bleeding to death. Number two, they kill them by the triangle of death, which is the combination of starvation, dehydration, lack of clean water, and diseases. Add to that hypothermia, which is coming now. This means that thousands of people are dying unnecessarily from cancer, from cardiovascular diseases, from diabetic, and so on. And not at least from imposed infectious diseases like hepatitis and diarrhea. And the third way they kill is by attacking the healthcare capacity, so that when you are injured or when you are sick, there will not be capacity to treat you, nor will there be drugs or medical supplies, nor will there be power to the hospital, or there will not be water and food in the hospital. So these are 3 very important things to understand. And I think we need to avoid a discussion that is humanitarianizing the discussion, because it's easy to sort of end up in only discussing these medical details. But as a doctor, I am trained to look for root causes. And the root cause of these 3 attacks on the Palestinian people that I mentioned is, of course, the Israeli settler colonial politics. They want to annihilate, they want to grab the land of Gaza, and they want to get rid of the people by ethnic cleansing and by genocide. And this is also a medical problem. It's not only a political problem, because what's killing people in Gaza today is the support of the US and the EU governments for this genocidal attack on healthcare and on the population's right to health.
James, what do you make of that? Israel denies that it's carrying out a deliberate surrender or starve campaign in the north. So what is it doing?
Well, the EU High Representative, Foreign Policy Chief, outgoing Josep Borrell, a couple of months ago, made the point that Israel is using starvation as a weapon of war. And I think he was absolutely right to say that. Some EU governments have agreed with him. Others have been silent or have basically supported the Israeli position. The trouble in the EU is that the EU is divided continually on this whole issue. But it seems to me that at the moment, we're now entering a new degree, level of barbarism on the part of this so-called moral army, the Israeli Defense Force, in carrying out what it's doing in Gaza. The situation is beyond apoplectic. It really is dreadful. The last incident there at the hospital and the detention of the director as a suspected terrorist, which is a laughable accusation, is against all humanity. And frankly speaking, one's almost lost for words at this point. What on earth does Israel think it's doing? And this in the name of its national security. All it is doing at the moment is creating another generation of orphans and others who will certainly, in the years to come, make them think again about this sort of policy. I really am confused at this point in time. What on earth is in the Israeli political leaders' minds, other than the survival of the current government? And there, the politics internally in Israel seem to me to be particularly poisonous at this time. The poison, however, is being delivered to the suffering people of Gaza, and this has got to come to an end. The EU really does have to get its act together more effectively as it's part of the international community to stop Israel acting with such impunity under these circumstances, and particularly as we now enter the winter period.
Amjad, what are we to make of the Israeli claims that the Kamal Adwan hospital, despite Hamas denials, was being used as a base for Hamas operations, and that 240 people of the 950 people it interrogated there were found to be what it describes as militants?
The same allegations were used to destroy Shifa Hospital, to attack Al-Ahli, the Baptist hospital, to be attacked and 400 people were killed. And Nasser Hospital, the same. Most of the health facilities were used to justify and sometimes to attack the UNRWA schools where thousands. Israel not in need for justification to kill. They are free hand. They have free hands to kill and to destroy the Gaza from day one of this attacks on the Palestinian civilians and the Palestinian civil premises that we witnessed. So in Kamal Adwan, and already it was attacked, and most of the people there were arrested or interrogated, and on the end of the day they will find nothing. But we lost the lives of the people there. There's more than 15 people of Kamal Adwan medical teams were killed, and so many were injured. Add to this these patients and injured people who are back for medical treatments. And I have to tell you that there is hundreds of bodies in the north of Gaza Strip still under the rubble. And so many of them were bleeding and no one could reach them to save their lives. This continued all over Gaza Strip. Tell me, what's the justification to deny the entry of food to the north? Or to whole Gaza Strip, to these children, or to medicine? What justification that we have? To attack a hospital, it's a big crime. I cannot imagine any to have such attack on such civil premise, which serve the patients and these medical teams. Thousands of them, 1,000 of them were killed. Hundreds were arrested, interrogated, and after a while they were released, or many of them died by the Israeli interrogation and torture inside the Israeli prisons. Then there is no justification to attack. These premises are protected and supposed to be protected by the international community. The silence from day one towards these crimes led Israel to do more and more of these attacks on the Palestinian civilians, on the Palestinian civil premises as of the hospitals. And now we are dying because of the frozen weather and from famine. And we will witness more if there will be no real action from the international community, not only to save our lives as Palestinians, to save what the international community agreed in the humanitarian law and the international law. This is unprecedented, and this will have severe implications, not only in the Palestinian context, all over the world.
Matt, does what Israel is doing in northern Gaza right now amount to a crime against humanity? Will it ever be held accountable for its attacks on hospitals and medical facilities? And you mentioned it in your first answer. What are we to make of the detention of the director of the hospital, Hussam Abu Safir? Why would he have been detained?
Well, unfortunately, Dr. Hussam is not the first. They have detained medical leaders from most hospitals, and unfortunately, they have tortured several of them to death. 3 of my close colleagues among the doctors in Gaza, 3 brilliant surgeons and anesthesiologists, have been detained and tortured. They're back in their clinical service now. They're working because they're so brave. But this is not new. They have been arresting, interrogation, they have been torturing doctors, nurses, paramedics all the time. And look, this did not start on the 7th of October last year. The UN reports, the WHO reports over the last years, during every attack, 2006, 9, 12, 14, and so on, The report showed that there is a consistent pattern in the Israeli occupation army to attack healthcare. Look, they have killed more than 1,000 healthcare workers, according to UN, during these last 14 months. And they continue with their attacks on healthcare. And I want to make an important point, because what we see now in Gaza is a breakdown of international order. 10 years ago, on the 3rd of October, 2015, US Air Force fighters bombed and shot to pieces the Kunduz trauma center in Afghanistan. It was run by Doctors Without Borders. They killed 42 people and injured 30. It was a big scandal. And President Obama himself came out with a formal US apology for the bombing of that hospital. Since that, the next 10 years, there has been an increasing lenience or even acceptance to the Israeli attacks on healthcare in the West Bank and in Gaza. And what we see in Gaza now is an unprecedented illegal attack on healthcare patients, healthcare workers, and the preconditions for health, water, food security, that goes unpunished. And this will have consequences for all of us. You know, what's next? Who is next? Who will be the next country to be attacked by either US or Israeli forces, where no civilian target is holy, is protected? So what we are seeing now is a reverse of a development we had since the Second World War. And what Israel is allowed to do with the full support of the US is extremely worrying to anyone who knows the rules of war and anyone who knows healthcare. This has massive implications for the whole world.
James, what has Israel achieved this year? It's failed in its objective, as we said in our report, to destroy Hamas. There's very little left to bomb in the Gaza Strip. It's killed and maimed thousands of people, many of them children. Are Palestinian rights groups correct when they warn that Israel's so-called general's plan, despite Israeli denials, has been in motion now for months, and that what Israel really wants to do is to empty the north of Gaza of people and impose a closed military zone?
Well, you asked what Israel has achieved over the last year. I think one thing that it's managed to achieve is the opprobrium of virtually all of the rest of the world. And certainly, if not the governments, then the people of the world now are regarding Israel as a rogue state. It's acting like a rogue state right now in Gaza and has been for many months. But it's getting worse, not better. And I think Israel needs to have a deep reflection. The people of Israel must have a deep reflection about what this is doing to them and their own long-term interests, let alone what it's doing to the people who are at the end of this suffering, which, of course, are the people of Gaza and the West Bank and elsewhere in the region. It needs to have a reflection. But look, I think so far as the evacuation of northern Gaza is concerned, possibly, I'm sure that people like Mr. Smotrich and Ben Gvir and some of the extremists in the Israeli government would like to see that, but I just don't see how they would ever manage to achieve it, given the enormous movement of humanity that would be involved. It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy of the settler movement and the rest in Israel who would like to carry it out. Don't see it happening anytime soon. And certainly the Palestinian people, for all of their suffering, remain as resilient in their own commitment to their self-determination and their rights and their nationhood longer term. And Israel consistently underestimates that. So I don't think that's a feasible option. But what I think has to happen, it really is time for organizations like the EU and others to look very, very seriously at their relationship with Israel. There have been calls in Europe to suspend the Israel-EU association agreement. That covers 1/3 of the trade of Israel. EU is its number one trading partner because of the violation of the human rights clause in that agreement, which both sides, of course, signed off to. Time, it seems to me, now to suspend that agreement, to take action. Is the EU up to it? We'll see.
What about the incoming Trump administration? Will anything change with Donald Trump in the White House?
If you're asking me, it doesn't look as though if it will. The record of the first Trump administration is there for all to see. The annexation of Golan, the recognition of the annexation of Golan Heights, the movement of the embassy to Jerusalem and other things and so on give you an idea of how the likely the likely direction will be.
James, thank you. Amjad, I have to ask you for a fairly brief answer. What are we to make of Israel's evacuation orders now for Beit Hanun? Is Gaza City next?
If there will be no ceasefire, the situation will be more catastrophic. And that's why we are urging all actors all over the world. This is the real time to save these lives, these children, from such situation, from traumatized, from these shocks that they are suffering from, and at the same time from food shortage. And I'm talking about starvation, from the diseases, at least to push the international community, that this international community cannot offer anything, at least to get them some clothes to cover their bodies. This is real time to practice the real pressure. Otherwise, we'll witness more and more suffering and suffocation, not only for us as Palestinians, suffocation of all that we believe of the human rights principles, the international law, accountability, justice for these people is needed. Save the lives of the Palestinians. We are part of this world. Otherwise, it will be more and more catastrophe, not only for us.
Matt, Norway's Prime Minister, your Prime Minister issued a statement on the situation on Gaza saying that its recent attacks on the few operational hospitals there are unacceptable, that the UN and other humanitarian organisations must be allowed to continue their vital work, and that civilians, the sick, the wounded, must be given protection, food and medical assistance. There's been a lot of wringing of hands like that over this last year, but still, here we are. The war goes on, people are still dying. As a medic, what would you say to the international community now as we close this year and enter into a new year about stopping this war, stopping this suffering?
I would say two things. Number one, if you're silent or if you don't act, you are complicit in the history books, in the moral accounting for how you react, and also legally complicit. And maybe you will end up in ICJ like Israel currently is. Number two, I would say this is 100% amendable. It is 100% man-made. It can be stopped within 24 hours. Ceasefire, lift the siege, unlimited access for humanitarian support to Gaza, and start the rebuilding of Gaza immediately. And I totally agree with James. There are methods, there are political, peaceful tools that can force both US to stop supplying weapons and that can force Israel to stop bombing and go to a ceasefire. And that is sanctions, it is economical boycott, blockade for the Norwegian government to sell out all their stocks in Israeli stocks, and do the same as EU and the West has done with Ukraine and Russia, namely impose sanctions, blockade, and support the Palestinian people as they support the Ukrainian people.
So I just want to give the final word to James. James, is there any hope of a ceasefire, do you think, as we're going into 2025? Is there any hope here at all to end this suffering?
There has to be some hope. There are those that say that the incoming Trump administration wants to show that it's got some kind of win on the conflict. Maybe that will apply. I kind of doubt it. I haven't got much faith in this new administration when it comes to a ceasefire. But there's always hope, and I'm afraid that the expectation is low.
Gentlemen, indeed for being with us today. Amjad Shawa, Mads Gilbert.
I had to have a cookie.
Okay, calm down. Jews are the moral alibi for imperialism in the Middle East. Bear in mind, the first Zionists were not Jewish, they were Christian. Lord Palmerston, Napoleon, Lord Shaftesbury, and so on, and Isla Haran. They all wanted a Jewish state long before the Jews did. And in 1840, Palmerston approached the Board of Deputies of British Jews to get them to support the idea of a Jewish return. And they really weren't interested. In 1842, they passed a declaration saying that it was no part of their business to encourage Jews to return or to go to Palestine. It was the anti-Semites who wanted Jews to return. It wasn't the Jews. The Board of Deputies and what was a bourgeois Jewish community were interested in emancipation, having full equal rights in this country, not being seen to be aliens. And in fact, the main Christian evangelical supporter of Zionism, Lord Shaftesbury or Earl Shaftesbury, he opposed emancipation in this country, but of course he wanted to see the Jews go to Palestine. So, I mean, that's always been the history, and the actions of the German police today are no different from the actions of the Gestapo in the 30s. Under Heydrich in 1935, the Gestapo published a proclamation saying that the non-Zionists were to be treated differently from the Zionists. And in fact, non and anti-Zionist organizations were banned from 1936, whereas the Zionist organizations were legal until 1939. So they're following in the footsteps of their Nazi predecessors, even though they proclaim that, of course, this all stems from the Holocaust. In reality, it's a continuation of the same policy.
Yeah, I mean, among the most disgusting things that were done in terms of performative hasbara, because of course the most disgusting things that have been done have been the things done in Gaza, but watching the Israeli ambassador to the UN come in with a Star of David on his lapel was absolutely horrifying.
Yeah, I mean, in Israel, I mean, there is a certain cognitive dissonance. On one hand, they openly proclaim the need to wipe out and exterminate the Palestinians, and don't see how that might just bear some similarity to what the Nazis did with the Jews. But if I go back to 1935, on the 28th of January, Heydrich, who was the deputy head of or chief of the SS, and Gerard Rettlinger, in his book The Final Solution, calls him the real engineer of the final solution, issued a directive stating that the activity of the Zionist-oriented youth organizations that were engaged in the occupational restructuring of the Jews lies in the interest of the National Socialist State's leadership. These organizations are not to be treated with that strictness that is necessary to apply to the members of the so-called German Jewish organizations, brackets, assimilationists. And in May of the same year, the paper of the SS, Schwarzkopf, wrote that the Zionists adhere to a strict racial position, and by emigrating to Palestine, they are helping to build their own Jewish state. The assimilation-minded Jews deny their race and insist on their loyalty to Germany, or claim to be Christians because they have been baptized in order to subvert National Socialist principles. So, I mean, they were very clear on making that distinction. And of course, that distinction is made today. So it is a continuation of the policy that the Nazis themselves formulated.
And can you explain what assimilation is for people who may not know? Because that has I think like a particular connotation, almost of like selling out, but it actually is a particular historical phenomenon.
Well, assimilation means, I suppose, that Jews assimilate to the majority but it doesn't necessarily mean getting rid of your Jewish identity. What it means is you become part of the society in which you are living. And that's cast as assimilation. It may well be that you are no longer Jewish. You may marry out. You may marry someone who's non-Jewish. Whether you retain your Jewishness is a personal choice. in a free and democratic society. Where Zionism is really a racial preservation project. It wants to preserve the Jews as some kind of master race, in a sense, forevermore, an artificial construct, which we see in Israel today. And of course, the question for the Zionists in Israel is still the same as it was in Germany. Who is a Jew? That bedeviled the Nazis. They had conferences over it. They couldn't decide the Mischlinge. Were they Jewish? Were they Aryan, or what were they? The same is true.
The Mischlinger, sorry, what term? I didn't.
Mischlinger. It means a Jew who had one or two Jewish grandparents. There was actually a first degree Mischlinger who had two Jewish grandparents, and a second degree who had one. If you had three or more, you were Jewish. But if you had one or two, then you were half or a quarter Jew. And that bedeviled them. Were they Jewish or were they non-Jewish?
Right.
Just as in South Africa, the question of who was a white was not an easy, because race is not a scientific concept; it's a social construct. So they had great difficulty matching it up. And in the end, being Jewish was defined in accordance with practicing Judaism going back to 1870. So it rested on what your grandparents adhered to in terms of their religious practice. So it wasn't a race.
This is according to who? Sorry, whose definition was this?
The Nuremberg Law definition.
Okay, got it.
1945.
So if you had one practicing Jewish grandparent, you were Jewish?
No, you weren't. You were quarter Jew. So in practice, you were not Jewish, unless you yourself were a practicing Jew.
Got it. Yeah. So does that mean you wouldn't be sent to a concentration camp?
It wasn't a guarantee, but you were much less likely. The Mischlinge in general survived. In Germany they did, but in Eastern Europe they wiped them out anyway. Yeah, although they weren't supposed to. But in Germany you had a much higher chance of survival if you were a Mischlinge for one Jewish grandparent or two Jewish grandparents. It did mean you'd be drafted into the German army, though. But there was a German general who, Milch, I think his name was, or he was a field marshal who was a Mischlinge, for example. So, in general, they survived. It doesn't mean they weren't harassed to some extent, of course. And also, Jews who married non-Jews were called privileged Jews, and therefore they also tended to survive, but they suffered severe harassment. And the non-Jewish spouse was pressurized to divorce them, and so on.
Right. Another person that I've interviewed for this documentary is Marion Ingram, who's from Hamburg, whose father was not Jewish, her mother was, but actually the mother got a deportation order. And Marion, as a child, apparently walked in to the apartment and her mom had put her head in the oven because of the deportation order. Before we go on about the history, I do want to ask you about your personal evolution, because you were not raised by anti-Zionists. You were not raised in an anti-Zionist home. Can you talk about your transformation trajectory?
Yes, I mean, my father was a traveling rabbi, so we went to a number of different provincial communities, ending up in Liverpool. So for the first 11 years of my life, I went to non-Jewish schools. And in Wales, where I went for the final year, it was a heavily Labour socialist miners constituency. So by the age of about 14, 15, I was already a socialist. And my socialism and then Marxism conflicted with Zionism, because for Zionism, what matters most is being Jewish, regardless of class. For socialists, unity of the working class, wherever they're based, is the primary concern. So although Zionism has pretended you can be a socialist Zionist, that pretense has disappeared long ago. I mean, the Labour Zionists are no different from the right-wing version. I mean, they were the ones who carried out the Nakba, for instance. So I saw the incompatibility, and I was involved in the fight against apartheid in South Africa. That was my first demonstrations when the rugby tour came to England, the Springboks, in 1970. So I was involved in that. And from that, I began to understand the Palestinian question. And there was a debate at my school. I was in a Jewish school. And it was about Zionism, whether it was right or wrong. And I played devil's advocate because no one else would take the debate. And in the process of researching it, I realized that everything I'd been told had been a fable. You know, I was told, and I'm sure you were told, that
I wasn't raised Zionist.
you weren't. Oh, right. Well, I was. And
I'm a red diaper baby's baby, so.
All right. Well, I was told, and it's very, very common, that the reason there was a Palestinian refugee question was the Arabs ran away on the orders of the Arab armies. And we know in 1961, Erskine Children, Rashid Khalidi investigated this, and they looked at the BBC and the CIA transcripts of the Arab broadcasting stations. And not only were there no orders to leave, but there were orders to stay. And of course, it fell into place. If you want a Jewish state, how can you possibly have a majority who are not Jewish?
Right, of course, right. It's interesting because Gabor Mate was also a Zionist, and he had an aha moment when he was assigned by Zionists to represent the anti-Zionist position as a kind of like intellectual exercise in order to, you know, like know your enemy. And once he investigated that, that's what made him realize that it was one of the few things that made the scales fall from his eyes when it came to Zionism. So were you a true believer before this point, or were you kind of uninvolved?
Christina, I had never heard that before, but yeah, according to Bad Lefty, it means raised by commie parents.
I mean, I had volunteered, for instance, to deliver packages.
I wish I'd been a red diaper baby.
I was, like most Jews, exhilarated by the 1967 war, the Six-Day War, and so on. So I suppose initially I was a Zionist, and then gradually I came to realize that it wasn't such a good thing. It was a process, you know, as a child, you assimilate the ideas of your parents and those around you, and then you start to develop out on your own. And obviously that's happening to more and more Jewish kids today as they see the reality of Israel. It's no longer the case that, see, when I was brought up, we were always told, we want peace, but the Arabs won't talk to us. But no one can pretend that now. And it's very obvious that Israel is an expansionist apartheid state. You'd have to be blind to not realize that. But in those days, you could be on the left and be a Zionist. But that is not possible now. I mean, they used to hold out the kibbutz as the kind of ideal socialist experiment. I mean, and in the Labour Party, I mean, it was the left who were Zionist and the pro-Arabs were on the right. Of course, that's no longer the case. The right is uniformly pro-Zionist. It's a badge of identity for them, whereas the left now is primarily anti-Zionist or pro-Palestinian or both.
Right. Not that Labour represents the left, right? Because they're as bad as the right.
Well, today, Starmer's Labour, of course, is as bad, as you say, as bad as the right. They're carrying out the programme of the right.
Right. And did this cause friction with your within your family?
Oh, absolutely, yes. I mean, my first rebellion was not over Zionism; it was over religion. When I told my father at the age of 14 I was an atheist, so that was our first falling out. So the anti-Zionism stemmed from the rejection of the religion. I guess I was a kind of rationalist, and that's why I became a Marxist, because I could see the failings of capitalism. So anti-Zionism was a progression from that.
All right. Well, when either myself or Katie Halper goes on the Piers Morgan show, we at Useful Idiots are going to become a Piers Morgan recap show. And
the people demand it, Aaron. The people demand
people
it.
want it. Yeah. So, Katie, you went on recently and did a great job. You were debating Alan Dershowitz, right? And also Jonathan Conricus, the former IDF media officer who took part in the propaganda stunt at Al-Shifa Hospital. So I came back on Piers Morgan this week, and the other guest was Jonathan Conricus, the aforementioned Jonathan Conricus. And so what was funny is at the very beginning of the debate, Jonathan started out by saying, I promise I'm not going to interrupt anybody. And I hope, he's referring to me, that we all adhere to that so we can have a productive discussion, which is so funny because the first time I was on with him, he interrupted me when I started talking and I had to fight to get a word out. But I was happy to hear him say that this time to commit to civility. And it meant that I could speak without being interrupted. So here is one of my remarks, just talking about, first of all, the shameful denial of the Palestinian death toll, which previously in the conversation Jonathan Conricus took part in. And then the issue of, who overall is the obstacle to peace. And you'll never guess what my answer was on that one.
Yes, on the issue of the death toll in Gaza, the State Department has long relied on the figures supplied by the health ministry. The only people who do not are people who are seeking to justify one of the worst crimes in human history, which is Israel's mass murder campaign in Gaza. If anything, the Gaza Health Ministry's figures are too low, because how can you possibly have a full accounting of the death toll when Gaza Strip has been decimated by Israeli bombardment and so many people are still buried under the rubble? So personally, I feel that even to debate this issue is to lose one's humanity, just as it would be to debate the death toll by the Nazis during the Holocaust.
I'm borrowing a Chomsky line there, because Chomsky used to say that to even enter into the arena of debate with a Holocaust denier is to lose your humanity. And I feel the same way about people who are trying to deny the death toll in Gaza, when, if anything, the death toll is far higher than what we know officially.
I want to address some other falsehoods. Jonathan said that Palestinians have walked away from all these generous peace offers submitted by Israel. Israel has never accepted the fundamental premise accepted by the entire world, except for the US, that Palestinians have the right to a state in the West Bank in Gaza, 22% of their historic homeland. The rest was stolen by Israel. That's why, for example, just take one famous case. Palestinians are often blamed for walking away from a so-called generous peace offer at Camp David in July 2000. That's the peace offer that everyone likes to cite for why Palestinians have turned down this prospect of a state. Well, even the Israeli foreign minister, who transmitted that offer, Shlomo Ben-Ami, he later said, if I were Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well. That's because he recognized that the Israeli offer would have kept all of Israel's major West Bank settlement blocks that make a Palestinian state impossible, without offering Palestinians an equal land swap inside Israel. So Israel's never given Palestinians an offer that even someone willing to make a massive compromise, accepting just 22% of their historic homeland, could take. So this idea that Palestinians have walked away from a peace deal, it's just used to justify mass murder and aggression. And that's why during the years of the so-called peace process, the years of the Oslo Accords, Israeli settlements doubled in the occupied territories. How is it you're going to claim you're offering Palestinians peace while meanwhile building up the illegal settlements that make a Palestinian state in just 22% of their homeland impossible? That's a contradiction that no one can ever answer for, because this claim that Palestinians have been offered a contiguous state is simply a lie.
Wow. I can't believe they didn't interrupt you.
Yeah, it was refreshing to not be interrupted. And when you're not interrupted, it's a lot easier to make your points, because you're not fighting to get your point out. So I'm grateful they didn't interrupt me. And
yeah, I wonder if it's also because they couldn't really debunk anything that you were saying. Not that that stops people from interrupting. In fact, that's often what they do, is that they can't engage in any substantive discussion, so they just have to shout you down with ad hominems.
Yeah, and for me, the point I was making is really important, because you'll always hear that, oh, Israel, we've tried so hard to make peace. It's the Palestinians who have rejected our hand of friendship, but it's just not true. It's just a complete lie. That's why I didn't say this on Piers Morgan, but they can never show a map, right? Like, if it's true that Palestinians were offered this really generous peace deal that would have given them, this state in the West Bank and Gaza, which, by the way, is in itself grossly unjust because that's just 22% of their historic homeland. So you're asking Palestinians to accept something that's really unfair to begin with. But actually, Palestinians have accepted that because after so many years, Palestinian leaders have realized that this is practically their best chance at a homeland. So Palestinians have accepted this, including Hamas, by the way. But Israel can never show a map saying, here's where we offered them that, because it doesn't exist. They've always insisted on keeping these huge West Bank settlement blocks that cut through the West Bank, that divide Palestinian areas from one another, that make a state impossible. That's why you'll never see a map. If you do see a map, I guarantee you it's not true, because none of these maps are ever submitted. The closest the Palestinians ever got to receiving a map, I'm not kidding, Ehud Olmert, the Israeli prime minister, this is in like 2007, 2008. He literally drew on a napkin the contours of what the Palestinian state would look like on a napkin. And he showed it to Mahmoud Abbas. And Abbas wasn't even allowed to take the napkin with him. So this is the map that Palestinians are supposed to accept. Something scribbled on a napkin that they can't even keep for themselves to like pour over. So it's just the whole thing. The whole thing is just such a joke.
And they love, what's the thing? Palestinians never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. That's one of their faves.
Palestinians since the 1970s have been talking about accepting their own state. They made it formal in 1988, which is a long time ago. But Israel still, after all these years, is not even on board with a massive Palestinian compromise. Just 22% of their historic homeland, which is what the West Bank and Gaza is. And of course, now it's sort of moot because how are you going to have a homeland in Gaza? It's destroyed. Israel destroyed it. So even speaking now about a two-state solution, it's very antiquated. I still think it's important to talk about because it gives a lie to the Israeli talking point that they have accepted it. But still, it's Israel that has made it absolutely impossible, not just by refusing to have a peace deal, but by physically destroying Gaza and taking even more West Bank land every single year. I mean, this past year under Biden, we've seen more West Bank settlement building by Israel this year than in a very, very long time. So it's Israel and only Israel with U.S. support that has destroyed the two-state solution.
But Aaron, that wasn't the only issue you brought up on the show. You also talked about Syria.
We also talked about Syria, and this is where, it gets to be more divisive because, as I say on the show, the Syria issue is very, very divisive in the pro-Palestine movement. People who are all united around opposing Israel and what it does in the West Bank and Gaza have very split feelings when it comes to Syria. And I tried to reflect that in my comments while also talking about an issue that I've spent a lot of time on, which also is a common talking point to justify the U.S. policy of regime change, which is these allegations of chemical weapons use by the Syrian government. And I got to make a very rare acknowledgement in establishment media about a story that has been totally ignored, which is the OPCW cover-up scandal, this investigation into chemical weapons use in Syria that was censored. And this is what I said.
In Syria, Mohammed Morandi, I didn't hear fear. I heard him say a lot of facts, including he pointed out that the U.S. knew from the start that the insurgency it was supporting was dominated by al-Qaeda. That's why Jake Sullivan wrote to Hillary Clinton, al-Qaeda is on our side in Syria. They're also on the side of Israel, which arms some of these anti-government insurgents and treated them in their hospitals. Now, Syria is a very divisive issue, and it's divided people who support Palestinians. There are many people who cheered on the overthrow of Assad because of his authoritarianism. We have to think, though, people also cheered the overthrow of Saddam Hussein, but look at the means through which that was achieved, an illegal war that set off catastrophe in the Middle East. And in Syria, there are similar fears. The people who overthrew Assad, the leader is the founder of al-Qaeda in Syria, and a former deputy to the leader of ISIS, al-Baghdadi. His name is Mohammed al-Jilani. And under his reign, insurgent forces in Syria committed atrocities against minorities in Syria. So minorities in Syria are living in fear. And just one correction, Jonathan said that Syria, it's a given fact that they use chemical weapons. Those allegations, I know they're very widespread. They've been challenged, including by whistleblowers from the OPCW, the top chemical weapons watchdog, which investigated the last major case in Syria, the allegation of Syria chemical weapons use in Douma. Their investigation was actually censored from above, which undermine the allegations lodged against Syria. That's just one example that these allegations, which are used to justify warfare and sanctions, need to be scrutinized, just as they were in Iraq, when it turned out that Saddam Hussein, yes, like Bashar al-Assad, was a brutal leader, a bad guy, corrupt. But the claim that he used, that he had weapons of mass destruction, was a lie to justify war and sanctions. And the same thing in Syria with these chemical weapons allegations. If we cared about them, we'd listen to the OPCW whistleblowers and the leaks that came from the OPCW and scrutinize these allegations that are always used to justify warfare and horrible things, and have helped contribute to the carnage now we're seeing inside Syria.
Very well said, but I almost don't recognize it because I'm so used to these shows breaking into screaming matches.
Yes, it was a rare moment of civility, a nice way to end the year after so much rancor and shouting, including on those shows, which sometimes can be very entertaining. Like, for example, when you sparred with Jonathan Conricus and Alan Dershowitz, that was really entertaining. So there's room for both.
I did call him a bully. People really liked when I called the Dersha bully.
Yeah. But, it's important for me to not forget that a story like the OPCW scandal, which is documented in all these leaks from the OPCW, has been totally swept under the rug. If you read any corporate media story now about Syria, they mention chemical weapons allegations. They basically assert them as fact without mentioning the OPCW scandal. Totally Orwellian treatment of a really, really important story. And, as long as I'm doing journalism, I'll be on this story because it's very important. And just like Iraq WMDs, it undermines the claims that have been used to justify war. But now we're in a new phase of Syria. Now we're in the phase of the U.S. has won, but the winner includes al-Qaeda, or at least the former leader of al-Qaeda. That's who al-Jilani is. And what is going to happen in Syria is anyone's guess. I'm very sympathetic to anybody who's celebrating the fall of Assad, all the repression, all the corruption under his watch. That's all true, but no one is truly free without actual sovereignty, without security, and everyone's rights being protected. And the forces that Jilani commanded during the Dirty War did commit horrible atrocities against minorities. And it's after all this destruction, after Syria has now been flooded with weapons and militants from around the world, it's very hard to see how under these conditions a peaceful future is in store. But the least we can do is, now that Assad's been overthrown, the goal of the crippling sanctions, at least that's been achieved. And even though it's like the most cynical thing in the world to impose sanctions just because you want to overthrow a government, now that at least the government's been overthrown, at least this is maybe a chance for the sanctions to be lifted. As cynical as the policy is, the Syrian people never deserve to live under these sanctions. And that's just as true whether they live under Assad or now under Jilani. So I hope that those sanctions will be lifted.
Amen to that.
Israel has never faced any consequences. And indeed, I do believe that the impunity that has been granted to Israel has allowed it to become
Thank you, Tails and Wings. I appreciate it.
International law, which is the reason why I recommended that this is the time, as it has been for apartheid South Africa, to consider, for the General Assembly to consider the suspension. I mean, recommending the revision or the suspension of Israel's credentials as a member of the United Nations, until it ends violating international law, and until it withdraws the occupation, which is clearly unlawful also by determination of the International Court of Justice, and surely until it continues its genocidal attack on the Palestinians. I can say that for over 1 year, I've pleaded to all concerned parties, particularly those states who can exert more influence on the state of Israel, to take concrete actions to stop the destruction of Gaza, the destruction of the Palestinian people, to ensure the prompt and unconditional release of all hostages, both Israelis and Palestinians, and to ensure international law is respected. And had international law been respected, at least in the last 12 months, this would have stopped. It should have stopped. It should have been stopped by the Security Council last October. It should have been stopped after the first set of provisional
is
measures
ageless.
issued by the International Court of Justice. It should have stopped when I presented my first report. It should have stopped before Rafah was invaded or before the invasion of Lebanon. And instead, the silence, or worse, the justification of a small but influential number of states has continued to enable and to nurture the hubris that leads Israeli conduct as we speak. The developments on the grounds are gruesome, and it has actually since the beginning the violence, the genocidal violence that I have described in my first report has expanded and metastasized in other parts of the occupied Palestinian territory. And if you look at the patterns of violence, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, roads, energy grids, water pipelines and reservoir homes, and if you look at the numbers of extrajudicial killings in the West Bank as well, on top of the 42,000 Palestinians who have been killed, killed in Gaza, including 17,000 children. How do you explain the over 700 Palestinians who have been killed in the West Bank, including 170 children? And how do we explain the fact that the Palestinians from the West Bank have been exposed to the same practices and abuses, often rape, among other forms of torture, than those in Gaza, if there was no Hamas military action or presence in the West Bank? Not that the first justified what Israel has done in Gaza. But again, not only we see the past reproducing itself in the occupied Palestinian territory, we see the same indifference, the same ability to look away of many member states in the international community, and we see a total collapse of the international order, which is premised upon the never again that was promised after the Second World War, in particular after the Holocaust and the genocide of mostly Jewish people. I'm very happy to take your questions. I don't know what else to say other than it's not been an easy year, because surely it has been reluctantly that I took on the functions of chronicler of a genocide, and it's extremely disturbing to see member states pontificating and questioning and obscuring the meaning of international law and dehumanizing the victims of this last 12 months. Israel violates international law from its birth, and international law includes UN Security Council resolution and General Assembly resolution. Israel has violated, including the UN resolutions that it committed to abide by as a condition to become a member of the General Assembly of the United Nations, and orders and decisions of the International Court of Justice. And again, this year, the escalation of violence and attacks against the United Nations sets a terrible precedent that, if left unpunished, might also encourage other states to resort to the same kind of venomous reactions toward the United Nations, losing all respect for these organizations. And this should not happen. This is why I think it's time to take an exemplar step. Considering why did I mention the lack of empathy? Because I don't know if I have the fortune or misfortune to always present my reports to the General Assembly after the Commission of Inquiry, which has a team of investigators and so carries out a very thorough work of collection of evidence. And again, for the third time, I heard the member states criticizing the mandate of the Commission, which means they don't even interact with their counterparts in Geneva, who have toned down their criticism toward the Commission and appreciate the work it does, instead of engaging on the substance. And I've heard member states mentioning again October 7. I understand. I mean, it's not that I criticize that, but like if history started on October 7, forgetting the 56 years of oppression and the tens of thousands, if no more, Palestinians who had been killed, let alone the 1 million people who had been arbitrarily detained, including many children. So it's a bit preposterous, and the fact that 17,000 children have been killed, and this was not even mentioned, together with the full destruction of Gaza, made me realize that no, life is not worth the same, and Palestinian life is less worth. This is, for some member states, this is a fact. This is also, it's in two respects, this is the second element, it's part of the colonial, what I call the colonial erasure. The fact that Israel, in the pursuit of realizing Greater Israel, is attempting to reduce physically or spiritually, meaning as a collective, the presence of the Palestinian identity in the occupied Palestinian territory, which means, I mean, many of whom are refugees. 75%, for example, of the people in Gaza, they're not even from Gaza, they're from modern-day Israel. And therefore, their presence is a continuous reminder for Israel of what I call its original sin. In fact, that its creation doesn't matter the justification behind it. I'm not questioning this from a Jewish people point of view, but the creation of the State of Israel came at a huge price for the Palestinians, and it has never been addressed. And as I said, as after 1967, it has even continued, because in the attempt to expand Israel's control over the land, Palestinians have been increasingly segregated, increasingly repressed. And now, and UNRWA has remained as the symbol of not only of Palestinian capacity to resist on the land, but also Palestinian refugees, and so their claims, their historical claims and their historical demand for justice. This is also part, and it has huge humanitarian implications, because destroying UNRWA, preventing UNRWA from functioning, and UNRWA still is the only remnant of the UN large capacity to still ensure food distribution or aid distribution in general, or medical assistance. Everything is very difficult. I'm not even sure, in fact, that this is the case, because the destruction has been so massive, but still UNRWA has the know-how to do that. And this is the third element, is that this is nothing new. Israel has been attacking UNRWA for the past 20 years steadily, seeing it as part of the problem, telling that UNRWA was registering Palestinian against the law for refugee status, and I've written widely about that. And then I can tell you, there has been a relentless attack on UNRWA, seen as a symbol of Palestinianness.
Good evening and welcome to the Amnesty International Northern Ireland Annual Lecture 2024. We are delighted to welcome Francesca Albanese, one of the most important voices of our time, to deliver this year's Amnesty Lecture. She was appointed the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territory by the Human Rights Council in 2022. The Special Rapporteur is an independent expert whose mission is to assess the human rights situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, report publicly about it, and work with governments, civil society, and others. Since she took up her mandate, Ms. Albanese has produced a number of reports. Her most recent, Genocide as Colonial Erasure, examines the horrors currently unfolding right across the occupied Palestinian territory. we welcome the Special Rapporteur to deliver this year's Amnesty International ANI annual lecture. Francesca Albanese, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone, colleagues and friends. It is an honor for me to be invited to give the 2024 Amnesty International Northern Ireland annual lecture. I want to thank all those in Amnesty who made this event possible, and first and foremost, Patrick Corrigan. I want to start by saying that, by acknowledging that this is a moment of darkness and despair, no doubt about that. But in moments like that, like in moments of deep pain, it is important that we create opportunities like this to come together, to be inspired into strength and into hope that a more just and humane future is possible. Without hope, we are lost, writes Palestinian poet Mahmoud Darwish. And hope is being able to see that there is light in the darkness, used to say Desmond Tutu. And hope is a discipline, as abolitionist organizer Mariam Ekaba says. Indeed, each and every one of us must maintain the hope and recognize that we are part of an interconnected struggle, because the crisis in Palestine, marked by an ongoing genocide, has become a global crisis. Many, including in our countries, in Europe, in the UK, are facing reprisals for exercising their right to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. Suspended from universities, being students or professors, fired from their jobs and subjected to smears, doxing or bullying by the sycophants that populate pro-Israel support groups everywhere. And yet, we must continue, because even if we do not see it, every little action we take makes a difference to Palestine, and we must sustain and redouble our efforts toward ending genocide, ending occupation, and ending apartheid. The situation in Palestine today is harrowing. In a year that I've been forced to become a chronicler of genocide, I have realized that denialism and obscurantism have enveloped the facts that which have enveloped the facts that constitute this current human-made catastrophe are unprecedented in magnitude, pervasiveness, and dangerousness. And neither are coincidental. But allow me to first put the situation of Palestine as it is today, of the Palestinians living under occupation squarely in our minds. In the past 14 months, Israel has destroyed Gaza. Its constant bombing, sniper and artillery fire have spared nothing and no one. Warfare has shown its most ruthless face. Large-scale, indiscriminate bombings, the use of artificial intelligence, selected targeting systems, the persistent surveillance of unmanned drones overhead, automatic snipers firing people as they shop in markets, collect water, or seek medical help, or even sleep in their tents. Soldiers bunker down in tanks, attacking unarmed civilians. This has been 14 months in Gaza. Burned alive, let to die agonizingly slow deaths under the rubble. Whole generations of families crowded in homes that are raised in single instants. Hospitals and refugee camps, entire neighborhoods turned into cemeteries full of children, scholars, doctors, nurses, persons with disabilities, once used to call Gaza their home. This is a genocide of the unhuman, though. The technology designed to take the humanity out of the act of killing, maiming, and destroying. The person who dies, crushed under a tank, killed by a drone, chased into a building, or trying to cross hazardous streets, crushed into smithereens by bunker bombs launched by military jets, traversing the sky from sunset to dawn, is one unseen by their killers. All the more when the killer, as is the case for far too many children, is an automated quadcopter. Schools, universities, churches, hospitals, mosques, bakeries, agricultural land, water pipes, any means of survival in Gaza has been targeted, including the aid workers' infrastructure needed for the provision of life-saving assistance. Palestinian journalists, those trying to capture the story of their own people suffering, have not been spared. 183 so far have been assassinated in Gaza. In Gaza, what is it today? It's a wasteland of rubble and human remains where the Palestinians are holding on to what remains of their lives through the most extreme deprivation and through the harsh cold of winter once again. This apocalyptic scenario is not the unfathomable consequence of a military operation. It is all happening by design. The Israeli government has made it clear the Palestinians have to be starved. The Amalek have to be destroyed. And it is the individual horrors that tell a sadistic tale of genocide against a people as such. The killing of 6-year-old Hind Rajab with 355 bullets after pledging for help for hours. The fatal mauling by dogs of Mohammed Bahar, who had Down syndrome. The execution of Atta Ibrahim al-Mukhid, an older deaf man in his home, later bragged about by his killer and other soldiers on social media. The premature babies left to die as slow deaths and decomposed in intensive care unit at Al-Nasser Hospital. The elderly man, Bashir Haji, killed en route to southern Gaza after appearing in a propaganda photograph of a safe corridor. Abu al-Ola, the handcuffed hostage shot by a sniper after being sent into Nasser Hospital with evacuation orders. A leading orthopedic surgeon, Adnan al-Bush, tortured to death like many other Palestinian captives in one part of Israel's torture network, as the NGO B'Tselem has named Israeli prisons. And despite the sheer scale of the destruction, as we speak, Israel continues to commit massacres after massacres of people crowded into gutted building, sheltering in whatever fragments of bombed-out shelter remains. Truly, it is only when the dust will settle in Gaza that the full extent of the horror experienced by the Palestinians will become known. If there is any living soul left, bodily or mentally intact. As has been found in other genocides, these acts themselves are emblematic of the systematic nature of destructive intent. And this acute violence has long been metastasizing to the occupied West Bank, where clear patterns are replicating from Gaza. Since October 7, and just to mention a few elements, the rate at which Palestinians have been killed has increased 10 times compared with the previous 20-year average, including 170 children. This means that in 1 year, Israel has killed a fifth of all Palestinian children it has executed in 24 preceding years. 23. In the West Bank as well, ordinary Palestinians, academics.
Yeah, Francesca Albanese is a human rights lawyer for the UN. It's a special rapporteur on the Palestinian territories.
Makes human rights defenders, doctors, nurses, children have been swept up, arbitrarily incarcerated in a campaign of mass arrest, now facing deprivation and torture in squalid conditions without charge or trial. Thousands have been displaced in the West Bank and East Jerusalem in the largest land grab in the last 30 years. Confronted with this deliberate human-made catastrophe, the discussion regarding the possibility of Israel having committed acts of genocide remains disturbingly a contested one, particularly in the West. It is emblematic of an impunity that has obscured, muted, and sacrificed the plight of the Palestinians on the altar of political convenience for decades.
but it is one none of us, not least the Palestinians, can afford to let fester any longer. This is why, in March this year, when I presented my fourth report to the Human Rights Council titled Anatomy of a Genocide, I concluded that there were reasonable grounds to believe that Israel had committed at least 3 acts of genocide: killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, and deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. And I was not the only one denouncing it, because already by end of November 2023, 34 independent UN experts, including myself, had raised the alarm of genocide on no less than 3 occasions. By January, the International Court of Justice had identified a plausible risk of irreparable harm to Palestinian rights under the Genocide Convention and indicated measures to stop it. Alongside these, hundreds of legal experts and scholars, including genocide scholars, and 3 of the most renowned Israeli Holocaust and genocide scholars, Professor Raz Sigal, Professor Amos Goldberg, and Professor Omar Bartov, have concluded that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. And still, after 14 months into this eminently avoidable tragedy, there still remained resistance to understanding this as a genocide. While there is recognition, or at least plausible genocide, while there is recognition that Israel might have committed war crimes or crimes against humanity at best, genocide remains a prohibited term, unfixable to Israel. And I insist that we must call a spade. And this is a genocide that warrants being called for what it is. And not because genocide is a more serious and like at the top of the hierarchy of international crimes. It's simply a different crime than war crimes and crimes against humanity. And to misname things, as Albert Camus judged, it is to add to the misfortune of the world.
I disagree, Diggy. I think the Crimea situation is a lot more complicated than the Israel-Palestine situation, and it's not about size as much as it is about ferocity. Not to mention you have the largest military in the world supplying weapons and intelligence for one of these genocides. And the other one is a 2-front war. So there's a really big difference in calling the front, the illegal invasion of Ukraine. You can call it a war crime, but does it meet the qualifications of genocide? I mean, it's debatable. I'm not saying it's not horrible, but it's not, the two things are not the same.
Well, war crimes and crimes against humanity is what Palestinians have endured for decades under Israeli rule and occupation. Missing that this constitutes genocide leaves the totality of Israeli destructive conduct obscured and muted. The genocidal intent, namely the intent to destroy the Palestinians as such, remains camouflaged behind the distortion of international humanitarian law jargon, like human shields, evacuation orders, safe zones, collateral damage. It is also obscured behind the overly technical and reductive reasoning and, frankly, ignorant speculations regarding what genocide is. The still developing international jurisprudence of genocide is often used as an excuse not to affix the label genocide to what is happening in Gaza. And here I have to emphasize that the failure to recognize the current events in Gaza as genocide means a failure to understand the crime that is being inflicted on the Palestinians and to to understand the urgent trajectory of Israeli conduct and the serious risk of erasure the Palestinians are facing in what remains of their homeland. And this serves to justify for all states their failure to take responsibility for what the Genocide Convention was enacted to do, to prevent, stop, and then punish genocide. Let me clarify. What constitutes genocide is not defined by personal opinions. It's defined in the 1948 Convention as a very specific crime involving a set of acts. As I said, acts of killing, infliction of physical or mental harm, the creation of conditions of life calculated to bring about the destruction of a group, prevention of birth, and forcible transfer of children. So you see, not only one act implies killing, because all the other four includes the crime of genocide, imply the crimes of genocide without even crimes. So genocide shouldn't be confused with mass murder or extermination. What characterizes genocide is the intention. So one of these acts is to be committed with intent or destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such. And so, what distinguishes genocide from other crimes is the mens rea behind the above described acts. And the targeting of the Palestinians as such, to destroy them as a group,
I don't see blatant comparisons between the two. My news feed isn't full of dead Ukrainian children. I'm not seeing Ukrainians being forced out of hospitals at gunpoint. So if you want to draw those comparisons, wherever they may be, go for it. But in my opinion, Ukraine is a proxy war that the United States is fighting against Russia in order to keep Russia fucking busy and to manufacture arms sales. It's not crazy. The only reason you think that Ukrainians are facing a genocide is because of US propaganda. Ukraine is being used by the US and UK for geopolitical chess games of hegemony. Yeah, it has nothing to do with Russia wanting to erase the Ukrainian people. That's not what's happening. That is what's happening in Israel and Palestine. And what has been happening for 75 years. Great. And when it becomes as big of an emergency as I feel that Israel and Palestine is, maybe we'll focus on that more. But right now, we're focused on the largest ongoing genocide, one of many, but we are focused on the one that the US is contributing to, funding, and enacting. So I'm sorry if that disrupts your worldview a little bit, but they're not the fucking same.
regardless of what they've done or what they do, is proof that there is a genocidal intent. And key in providing the crime is therefore to identify the singular thread of intent that runs across the collective conduct. The belittling, denial, and invisibilization of Israel's genocidal intent is integral to sustaining the genocide itself, its impunity, and the overall colonial endeavor that Israel is pursuing. If we cannot see it, we cannot address it. This is why I insist, my dear friends, on this genocide framing. The destruction we see in Palestine is what a settler colonial genocide looks like, televised. The destruction is physical, is biological devastation of the group in order to take control of the land. And this is the critical point, because land is essential to understanding the intent that drives Israel's genocide. We must step outside our Western perception or understanding of land and place or property. Because for the Palestinians, as for other indigenous people, the land is not just the place where they live, it's who they are. And this creates an inherent conflict between Israel, who seeks to acquire the land that is, and the Palestinians, for whom the land is integral to their existence, to their identity, to their history. And this is what orients the settler colonial state toward the need to eliminate them. This is why the displacement, the dispossession, the cultural destruction, and the devastation of pretty much everything, for example, food sovereignty, these are war crimes and crimes against humanity on their own accord, but they are also to be seen as intended to sever the cultural belonging of the Palestinians, their connection to the land. These acts are corrosive to human and psychological spirit, as the story of many indigenous people from Australia to North America can attest today. Hence, they are genocidal. This is why, in line with the relevant jurisprudence, my report assesses Israel's intent to destroy the Palestinian people holistically through a triple lens approach that considers the totality of the conduct, all the war crimes, all the crimes against humanity, against the totality of the Palestinian people as such, in the totality of the Palestinian territory that Israel unlawfully occupies and claims being its own, Greater Israel. In fact, the brutal events of October 7 provided the impetus to advance toward the goal of Greater Israel, and plans were made taking advantage of the fog of war. The profound trauma suffered by the Israelis on that day and the rage they experienced is totally understandable.
Pause it. Oh, okay. Thanks, Lefty. I hope you have a really fun and safe New Year's Eve with your family. Take good care. And yes, welcome in LT9K. And yes, you surprised me with the hammer.
Yet, deepening and building on a deep-rooted hostility toward the Palestinians calls for annihilation grew. In a manner reminiscent of other genocides, the ensuing vengeful atmosphere prepared Israeli soldiers, often young people, to become willing executioners of the heinous destruction required of them. The totality of land I refer to in my reports, because this is my mandate, includes the West Bank, Jerusalem, and Gaza. The land that continues to be Israel and Israel's only by divine design, according to Israelis, many Israelis. Palestinians' legal and integral right being connected to that land, the totality of the Palestinian people as such, become marked as an unwanted encumbrance, the enemy, designated for cleansing, elimination, destruction. Who they are poses both an existential and legal threat to the State of Israel. This holistic approach reveals a picture of genocidal intent. It is clear that the 14 months confirm the collective dimension of the crime of genocide. The institution of the State of Israel, a self-proclaimed rule of law system, the executive, the parliament, the courts, have failed to contain or redress abusive power. Instead, altogether, they have advanced the course of the current catastrophe. And while international tribunal will continue to investigate and hopefully hold individuals accountable, The responsibility of the state must be understood and assessed in its own right, and this cannot wait. And in the face of this, instead of acting in line with international law, a minority of powerful member states, rather than halting momentum, have continued to staggeringly provide military, economic, and political support to Israel as it commits atrocities. Devastating as it has been to so many, these broader actions are revealing the scale of the struggle we all face. Without a doubt, the colonial amnesia of the West has condoned Israel's settler colonial project, is creating for Israel an exceptional status that has enabled the current catastrophe. But Palestine illuminates the inextricable link between colonialism, imperialism, and capitalism. It is time for all of us to stand up and take our destiny into our hands as a global society. And we must use international law, especially in light of this year's incredible developments at the International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court, and use their pronouncements in each and every aspect of our advocacy and struggle for justice in Palestine and beyond. Those should form the basis of all our actions, strategy, advocacy, and litigation. And this is about shaping the future of humanity. We must remind the political leadership in our liberal democracies that the state is there to serve us, with minuscule letters.
I love the way she said that.
We are no longer subjects of the
liberal
Middle
democracies.
Ages beholden to their whims. They are our civil servants, not our royal family. Their foreign policy must remain grounded in principles of human rights and most especially on the principles of self-determination, the bedrock of all human rights law. We must be attuned to the way in which principles of humanity, neutrality, independence, and impartiality can become a shield for impunity. And we cannot allow ourselves to normalize the status quo of an unlawful occupation and apartheid in our bid to achieve short-term outcomes. Humanitarianism, the default option of the international community in all occasions and seasons, must be only a temporary tool to save people from life-threatening conditions and to grant them the necessary element to enjoy basic human rights. But it cannot stand in the way of people's struggle for freedom or lead them into aid dependency. We must be uncompromising in our language and in our goal if we want to make human rights a reality for all. Liberation and decolonization struggles across history have shown how the right to exist as a people and the right to resist foreign rule and domination are interconnected. What is the right of self-determination but the right to a people to live and grow as a people within a political community of its own? Voila. Genocide is the antithesis. And as I have outlined, the Palestinians stand in the way of the settler colonial desire for the land, and this is why they are being genocided. This has marked them for destruction. The antidote is there, and is the constant and uncompromising insistence on the right of self-determination for the Palestinian people. And let me tell you, this is the essence of humanity and the humanizing discourse that we might bring forward. It is what we can never lose sight of in all our work as human rights defenders for Palestine and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Francesca, for really quite a powerful lecture and your rallying call for action in defense of the Palestinian people. Very timely, very powerful words. I mean, you have though described really a devastating picture in your report and in your lecture. Apocalyptic is the word that you described, and it seems very apt. I want to start asking you a few questions, but I want to start with maybe first principles. Why do you think it has been that the international community has been willing to see Palestinians so dehumanized that their killing is apparently accepted without consequences? And maybe the flip side to that, why has Israel been allowed to enjoy years of impunity, decades of impunity, for its repeated breaches of international law?
Patrick?
Whoa, okay, sorry. I said it's a smoke time, a raid with Chuck Diesel.
impunity has become the habit of the international community toward Israel. In general, I think that this moment has made us realize the extent to which we do not live in a world of equals, if someone had that feeling. But now we have understood the extent to which, this is true, even at the moment Israel is committing genocide. Even in the year Israel has killed 270 UN staff members, had destroyed 70% of the UN UNRWA's infrastructure in Gaza, shelled UN peacekeepers, outlawed a UN organization. Israel or declared persona non grata so many people, from me to the Secretary General, after kicking out UN agencies and not renewing the visa of UN personnel from occupied land. Occupied land. Israel shouldn't be in the occupied Palestinian territory in the first place. Why so? Because as historian Ras Segal has brilliantly put it, Israel lives as a state of exception. Israel was conceived as a state of exception. So there is this habit. I think that there are people in good faith that they don't even know what it means to imagine that Israel for once complies with international law. They don't know, because Israel has never complied with international law. So, when it comes to Palestine or Palestinians. So, why is it so? I think because of bad habits, because of political convenience, because really no one wants to break, in Europe, for example, no one wants to break ties with Israel, because otherwise they will have to face Israel's big brother. And no one is ready to stand up for it. We lack leadership. Because if we had an enlightened leadership in Europe, they would see that look, in the long term, the US is not the only form of imperialism. There are others that are there, and I'm not sure they would be better or worse than the US. But we have missed such an opportunity to build ties with the rest of the international community, with our neighbors, with the rest of the world, with the BRICS countries. And I'm not saying that it's a party of human rights compliant states, but this is the world we have inherited, also after 500 years of colonialism. And you, the Brits, know something about that. So I think that it's that political convenience, but it's also racism. Racism. Oh my God, this is the third time I'm going to quote Ras Segal in this statement. It's not, I will tell him. But again, Ras was telling me, we were having a beautiful discussion after a lecture, and he was saying, I don't know if he has written about that yet, but it's such an important concept. He said, the idea of the pure race that dominated and spread throughout the superior race during Nazi fascism didn't die with Hitler. It didn't die with Hitler. And in fact, it was not even conceived by Hitler. Again, this is the pure race, the dominant race, the superior white race is what has dominated 500 years of colonialism. It's embedded in us. So this is why I think that deep down, we remain profoundly incapable of seeing the Palestinians as human beings. Many of us. I mean, we don't suffer. See, if there is someone who doesn't suffer at the sight of Palestinian bodies being turned into smithereens, but they do suffer when I see Israelis or other white people, although Israelis are clearly not all, I mean, they do not fit the category of white people. It's politically, Israel is seen as part of the West. Well, that means that there is a racial bias, and we need to recognize this in our society and fight it back.
Your report reminds international governments of their obligations under international law, including the Genocide Convention. You referred in your lecture to the refusal by many Western leaders to recognize that there is a genocide proceeding and unfolding for the Palestinian people. But among the recommendations you make in your report is for a full arms embargo and for sanctions. But if we look at this from the UK perspective, despite a limited suspension, the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has continued to allow arms transfers to Israel, has denied that there is a genocide, and he is a human rights lawyer. He has some experience in these matters. So what is your message to Keir Starmer and other government leaders across the world?
My message to the UK government, as well as to any other government, is to abide by international law with coherence and integrity. It's just about that. It's very simple. And I know that the UK Prime Minister knows the Genocide Convention very well, and so genocide jurisprudence, because he's been advocating before the ICJ on behalf of genocide victims. So he knows very well what genocide is, and I'm shocked to see to hear his statements. He's not alone, unfortunately. Many people, as I said in my presentation, in my lecture, denies that there is genocide, because by denying it, they are sort of reconforted. They can avoid abiding by international law, and specifically the Genocide Convention. But no, they're already at fault. They are already violating international law. Why so? Because in this year, the ICJ imposed provisional measures, and among which recognized the plausibility of a genocide. So the UK government or others cannot just dismiss that. I want to know from the UK government, what is it doing as per the jurisprudence of the International Court of Justice that I'm sure Prime Minister Starmer knows very well. This jurisprudence obliges member states to do all what they can in order to prevent and stop genocide. So, halting the 30 weapon license out of 330 is not a big effort and is not complying with international law. Because this year the court has also reminded member states of their obligations to halt arm transfers. And the arms embargo means halting the purchase, the selling, and the transfer, direct or indirect transfer of anything that can be dually used. So in this sense, any government which doesn't comply with it.
Oh, Diggy, you made an account on Kick and came over to follow just so you could make a point about how you don't like me, given that you disagree with my take on Ukraine. That's cool. I'm glad you have so much free time on your hands, buddy.
It is in violation of the ICJ provisional measures, but also another critical point, Patrick. The ICJ has said that the occupation in July this year, the occupation is unlawful. It has said in all except in words that it amounts to an aggression, because it has said that it violates UN Charter and peremptory norms of international law, like the law of self-determination, and it must be dismantled totally and unconditionally as soon as possible. And the General Assembly has decided that it's as soon as possible is September 2025. It has been generous. It has given 12 months to Israel to comply, And what is the UK doing to make sure that Israel withdraws its occupation? Meanwhile, it's the UK obligation not to aid and assist in any possible way. Diplomatically, politically, commercially, financially, militarily, strategically, the state that is committed on wrongful acts. It is to lead to the cessation of and to reparations because of the unlawful act. These are the UK and other member states' obligations under international law. Lack of compliance might make them, their governments, responsible for violating international law. And look, they can also be held accountable as individuals if it's found that there are international crimes being committed.
So they could find themselves being held before for future legal action for complicity, potentially for acts of genocide. I mean, that's potentially the spectre. If we follow through the logic of the International Court of Justice ruling. I mean, that's what they have to face up to, not just them, but leaders of other countries as well.
Yes, and Patrick, if I can comment on that, I mean, I keep on insisting that justice starts at home. So, while it seems that international law has failed the Palestinian, I don't think that is international law the problem. Because international law has made huge, has been significant in, particularly human rights struggles that then have been codified, have been, as I often say, strategic to bring slavery or racial segregation and apartheid or other violations of groups' rights, like the fact that women were even prevented from voting or aiming at equality. These are all struggles that have been won and then led to the codification of international law. So international law and human rights law is there to be activated and vindicated. Therefore, when I say justice starts at home, we must hold our political leaders accountable because we are not their subjects. And also we must hold accountable our fellow citizens who might have been fighting in the Israeli occupation army, including in Gaza, and they might have committed crimes. And we need to follow also the money. Businesses from our countries, businesses registered in our countries that invest in the occupied Palestinian territory, and not only companies. Patrick, I'm investigating this right now. I've received 150 submissions for my next report. It's shocking how much knowledge it's out there, and I'm fully committed to write the best report I can to show this part of the matrix, because without financial and economic underpinnings, this infrastructure will collapse. So, and this is where we need to go. We need to also to use advocacy, information, education, and strategic litigation to bring all this infrastructure back in line with international law.
I mean, while we have been very disappointed, to say the least, with our own government, we have looked to South Africa, for instance, with some admiration. Why do you think South Africa has been such a leader in holding Israel to account through the International Court of Justice, while the UK and others have rejected such approach? Is it something to do with their experience of apartheid?
Yeah, I think it's precisely because of what Western governments are lacking. The coherence and integrity I was talking about. And yes, I do believe that it also listening to the South African government statements, I think it has much to do with their commitments to justice. And Nelson Mandela's words still resonate very much with the South African people. No one is free until our struggle for liberation will not, and freedom will not be completed until Palestinians are also liberated from what? From oppression, occupation, and apartheid. Yeah, I wish it had been a Western state to initiate this. Also because I think we own it. We own it to the world because of at a certain point we'll need to come to terms with our colonial past. And making the right political choices is part of it. And I'm really, again, when it comes to the UK has such an historical responsibility because of its colonial legacy in Palestine. The fact that it continues, because making mistakes is human, persevering in making mistakes is evil. And this is why, I think that there should be...
Thank you, Philip. I appreciate you.
The UK present should be interrogated as much as it's the UK past, because it's appalling that in the face of all what has been done by this country, they continue to do the wrong thing, which has an impact on the same people who were punished because of European crimes 75 years ago. The Palestinians had nothing to do with European racism and anti-Semitism. And it was unfair that they had to pay the brunt of this 76 years ago and 57 years ago, and all the more now.
I want to ask you a little bit more about apartheid facing the Palestinian people. How does Israel's decades-long system now of apartheid against Palestinians play a part in your charge of an ongoing genocide?
Yes and no, in the sense, apartheid is a different crime than genocide. But I think apartheid. Wait a second. Apartheid and genocide are common elements of. There is something in common when it comes to settler colonialism, in the sense that if you look at settler colonial history, and if you look also at the work of Raphael Lemkin, who coined the term genocide and whose reflection on the axis of genocide points to settler colonialism, the taking of the land, the taking of resources, the claiming sovereignty over a land that is inhabited and by others leads to a conflict, as I was saying. And in the conflict, the settler colonial power is led by this need to segregate, to reduce the space, and then to eliminate the natives, the indigenous presence. In this sense, it's genocidal in the broadest term of the term. But it also includes genocidal acts in the narrower meaning of the term, meaning its legal understanding, physical, biological destruction. And in fact, in Australia, in Canada, in the United States, many genocides of many indigenous peoples were committed, and still settler colonialism is not an instance of the past. Because in these countries, the struggle, like in New Zealand as well, the struggle of indigenous people over the land, the little land that remains, in true spirit, in true realization of self-determination, continues. So we shouldn't think of settler colonialism as an instance of the past until and unless indigenous people are capable to fully enjoy the self-determination. And seriously, this is important. We need to understand not only our dealing with the past as colonial amnesia, but also the fact that self-determination as the right of a people to exist free as a people is critical for the enjoyment of all other rights. And I don't think that the human rights community has really absorbed this. Sorry. Oh God, Patrick, I forgot the question. I'm sorry. The link. Sorry. The link between apartheid and genocide. So while settler colonialism is both genocidal and it embeds, not as a crime, but the concept of apartheid, so racial domination of one group over others or over another, with the intent to dominate and entails the commission of inhumane acts, you might have cases of apartheid without settler colonialism. Like I think it is the case in, there are other cases, let me not get there. But in Palestine, clearly you have apartheid as you had it in South Africa. But in South Africa, it has never turned into fully genocidal according to the Genocide Convention. And so why so? I don't know, but I can tell you why it's happening in Palestine: because of the land, because Israel is taking this opportunity to massively, ethnically cleanse the land that remains of historical Palestine.
The International Criminal Court has recently issued arrest warrants, and there are now some wanted men. What hope do you have that these individuals will ever face justice, will ever be held accountable for their crimes?
That they are held accountable for their crimes. This is my hope. And this is all of us should work for it to happen, because it's important. It's important that it's the architects of a genocide to be held accountable. And these are two among many in Israel. But we need to start somewhere. Also, I will feel relieved when I see the ICC bringing forward charges of genocide, because until then I will have the feeling that the international system is missing the forest for the trees. They need to see the colonial erasure, because this is eventually, as the case is pending before the International Court of Justice, this is the first settler colonial genocide to be litigated before an international tribunal. So there is a lot at stake here, and they need to see the overall picture. They need to read all the existing jurisprudence for what it is. This is the holistic approach that the court in other cases has suggested. And so, but I also know that the ICC works in complementarity with other court system, with national court system. So I think that we need to use the fact that there is universal jurisdiction over crimes of genocide to bring up cases. Also for war crimes and crimes against humanity, where there is universal jurisdictions or where the crimes have been committed by a national of the country in question. For example, Italy doesn't have universal jurisdiction over war crimes and crimes against humanity, but because there are Italians living in settlements, because there are Italians who have been fighting in the Israeli army, they should be investigated, and if anything is found on them, they should be prosecuted for the acts they have committed. So there should be a scrutiny. Voila.
You've called in your report, and I see that you have renewed that call today, for the United Nations to deploy a protective presence to prevent further harm to the occupied Palestinian population. What do you have in mind? How would this work?
Look, ideally, there should be an armed presence. And it's not outlandish. This is in line with other situations in which there was a plausible genocide ongoing. And in those cases, their presence, the protective presence, like in Srebrenica or in Rwanda, the presence of the United Nations has not stopped the genocide. Why so? Because of lack of political will. So this is why we need to understand that there is a genocide. We need to understand that Israel needs to leave the occupied Palestinian territory. You know, Patrick, I'm shocked by how little importance member states are giving to this ICJ. This is not a ceiling, like someone said. The ICJ is the floor on which we walk. There was a Palestinian lawyer who used this expression, and I like it very much, because we should not be able to keep the ICJ advisory opinion, its words, its precepts, away from our discussion on Palestine from now on. It is to be the bedrock of our, as I said, of our advocacy, of our strategy, of our litigation. Because according to that, Israel has no right to have its boots on the ground in the occupied Palestinian territory. So this is what we need our government accountable for. And it's a win-win case, because it's going to, the government will not stand necessarily on its own will against Israel and its allies. It will be forced by their rule of law systems.
The current phase of this crisis for the Palestinian people has been going on for more than a year now, and you have set forth in your report and your lecture how devastating that has been. People march in Belfast and in cities right around the world every weekend and speak out for the rights of the Palestinians. They gather petitions, they lobby their politicians. And some people say to me, it's not working, and feel like frustrated with their campaigning. And I suppose I'm interested in, what are your reflections on that, and what do you say to people who are going on those protests and feeling that they're not getting anywhere, the suffering isn't stopping, there is no ceasefire? So what else maybe can people do to challenge complicity, to end the killing, and to make their voices heard and to amplify the voices of Palestinians?
I would like to answer this question, Patrick, with a reflection that is not really from me as a lawyer, but from me as a human being, because there might be many people who are pushed to say that out of despair, we are grieving. We are in a stage of collective grief. So wanting not to look at it anymore is normal. Wanting to deny that this is happening is normal. Feeling enraged, feeling depressed, it's all normal. We are human. But don't be discouraged. I know that protesting is not enough. And protesting always in the same place might not work.
Sorry.
Protests work when they are sort of unpredictable and disrupt something, the attention. Of course, I'm not encouraging anyone to commit illicit acts. No, but I'm saying we need to make a breach in people's, in wake up people who don't seem not to care, people who seem not to know. We need to make them empathize with both the Israelis and the Palestinians, because again, both with the Palestinians and the Israelis, because I keep on saying, with different agency, with different suffering, both of them are trapped into an intertwined horror, which is a system of racial segregation and apartheid and settler colonial occupation, where clearly, I mean, the fact, how do you think these young people who have been crushing bodies from their tanks or killing kids, shooting kids in their head, how do you think they will feel when they realize what they have done? So this is why I keep on bringing forward a rehumanizing discourse. But of course, the justice is to be done. At the same time, do not feel discouraged. Change action, and always remember, look at other liberation struggles. This is like the Palestinians tell us. This is a marathon. This is not a summer sprint. And we need to be equipped with a sense of hope. Yeah, hope is a discipline, I was saying. We cannot give in to the temptation of feeling despair. We cannot afford that luxury, because the Palestinians cannot afford that luxury either. So we need to use our privilege, and there are so many things that can be done by also joining civil society, the BDS movement, or if you are a lawyer, try to take some pro bono cases, defend the defenders who are smeared. I mean, in the UK, it seems that, I'm really worried about you guys. I mean, journalists arrested under counter-terrorism bill doesn't make sense. So you need to protect your democratic foundations, whatever they are. So this is what I will start with. Don't despair. We still need all of you into this action. I mean, sometimes I feel depressed too. And then read Fanon and The Wretched of the Earth and come back to the struggle.
Thank you.
Damn right.
Wise words.
Damn
you
fucking
touched on this
right.
in your lecture. It does seem like
You get depressed, read Fanon, come back to the struggle.
The space for civil society protest is shrinking, particularly when it comes to speaking up for the rights of Palestinians. You talked about how students have been sanctioned, even arrested. Academics have been silenced, sometimes forced into almost self-silencing, self-censorship. Even UN officials have been smeared. How do we best defend the right to speak out, whether it's for Palestinians today or for others tomorrow?
Yeah, my sense is speak louder, be more. You see, this is why you cannot shrink your protest. You need to defend your rights more. We need to be more, because again, it really scares me that when I'm saying the crisis in Gaza is becoming a global crisis, the example is how Western quasi-democracies are crushing the pillars of our quasi-democracies. Freedom of expression, freedom of association, the right to critique, but whenever you bring this to court, you win. This is why the beauty of still having human rights ingrained in our institutional system. So let's use it, because when we will miss it, we won't even have the comfort of being protected under the law. So I'm saying defend the defender and increase your sense of your sense of rule of law in the face of a government which tries to go away from it.
Thank you. Well, I'm afraid, Francesca, that the clock has beaten us. We committed to concluding by 7, and we're going to stick to that. So I just want to thank you, Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur for the Occupied Palestinian Territory, for a really quite compelling lecture and a really quite compelling call to action. Please keep speaking out. I know you will, and may your voice get stronger by the day.
Amen.
For those
Inshallah.
who've been joining us this evening, just to note that Francesca's full report, and there will be more to come, but her full most recent report, Genocide as Colonial Erasure, as well as her prior reports, are all available on the UN website. Amnesty International's work on human rights in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory can be found on our website, amnesty.org.uk, where we would invite you to add your name to the call of thousands and thousands already for an immediate ceasefire and for a call to stop all arms transfers fueling these atrocities. So in conclusion, I want to just thank you again, Francesca, for your powerful words this evening, and to everybody who has joined us, thank you for joining us for this Amnesty International NI lecture. Thank you and good night.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Loons, we did not update that. Would you like a link to this? Yes. Read Fanon. Be gay. Do crime. Should read some Fanon on Thursday. Yeah. We should ask Larry where to start. I believe he's live right now. But yeah, it's interesting because like I'm really struggling with losing Twitch because Twitch was very comfortable with my style of streaming, and YouTube isn't really used to it, and Kick isn't really used to it, and so like, like I'm getting, like I got, that like shitty comment, and like, I feel shitty about myself, so, I don't know if we're gonna keep doing Therapy Thursdays. I don't know if we're gonna... Like, I have no idea what this stream is going to become. I would like it to become more entertaining because I feel like I'm not doing a great job. Oh, Loonings, that link is just to this video. I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I can link you the playlist, but you'll have to give me a second. In fact, I need to grab some water. I'm going to take a quick break.